Yes, I appreciate them. It's a back-to-back win for them. Congratulations to you. You are the radio program of the year 2024. Congratulations to you. Ekosiisen.
Obi,
yes.
I mean, your platform is a cherished platform. MPP, NDC, yes. They come here. Yes. You ask the relevant questions. Issues are discussed, and I think that is the image you also have as a host. And keep it up, keep it up. But don't run away from the court. Please practice your law.
Mate, I will do that.
Practice your law.
I have started.
Obi, consistently practice your law.
Your law, Mate.
You can combine. You can multitask.
Sure.
Do your journalism. Do your media work. But practice your law. And your law will not depart from you.
I thank you, Syria. I thank you. Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. Honorable, Akwaba na pom to saying.
Nyame aduminia. Ibi aboko.
Adom.
Yeah, they am yase.
Who will not say? After victory now, Oba Hano.
Sorry, no, Wama. That's a cowba. Yakoto Abe Wama.
Oh,
I'm a boy campaign, and I campaign ye.
No, sir, me, media, from
Eti, Wama, Afi, Yakwa, so Wama, so you get a cowba. Also, why are they? Say, Monsumwa, see, I be any more Modeton, say. Program me then Chambo FM my fan life.
Oh yes.
Yes. Akwetiafunia etie. Omutie the OB of Ghana politics. Uye di paketwa o. Odabi uye di paketwa. Say sa braid ye upe. Ona.
Baby I won't know.
Ubetie. So ayi Debi aso make some information center say ya na wo small communities na ha. I don't know. Also, so dying ben ho.
Yes.
Hold that upeu. Ubeti ye ton no near cancer na. What da crowd be nyan no wati. Sana Ekosiisen akoye. Why are they? Waso mu ye pa ma ene die. Obi anim said the ye. Why are they? We are there yo dia. Unyame ni ho na o. Why are they?
Akwetia eboko there.
Eboko. Akwetia eboko. Senya yebeto aba na etie ne atuwie ye tie no saa na tie ne enema egu fomboko obi akọ na adwuma so
Asempa de eno na obi atie edu awia na maje ba bi aboso nti no Asempa FM de opo obeti
ye dase
na de obi eze wa captain's band na bo edu opo obeti no nyame sha mo bo adwuma
ye dase promise am watching on other tag code ano man kojo boatin Akwaba na pom to saying
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM na obo ade adarum obi so mi hu wa che kakra
papa
I'm some second, but they are so okay. They mean that is obi the body you mean tiny. He's a fine gentleman.
Yeah.
The children ponsi. So they abidu. They are chebushing for nyina. O me wa brochura iti wo. But bushing for good alawe. They love you too much. You see?
I
think you are doing a great job. Obi.
Yeah.
Say me pa ebo nyina ne so beto aso dia wo ye.
Amen.
Na wo ya adwuma say na nya encouragement. Say there is a bright future ahead of you. You know, keep it up. You ask intelligent questions. That be I make answer me say I told you now me tifie na afle wo bisa na afle wo nipa na answers na. E wo mu ana dia be wo me say you arrest my case. Into why are there?
Ekosiisen. Asabni nyina no.
Ekosiisen.
Ekosiisen. Dia kan nyina me say Ekosiisen. Ghana for the day hu na nyama ye nyina no Ekosiisen. Enti I think say nkofo a omo tina se new program. That inspiration omunya no.
Asempa FM.
But say tiasia ya better ha say kasa no. I think say we have to understand the word Ekosiisen. Asamna wi nyina no. And Ekosiisen. Ye be kan wa nyina. The na bonten wo a wote konso na chi the etie me amekasa aban panimfo nyina Ekosiisen ye wiewie ni nyina ekọ wiewie e wa bobo ano and is oman na yeso oman na ye chichire na ye chichire oman na nyamanyoko na ye chichire a na Ekosiisen
Chief Bine Akwaba na apom to then
Osei Bonsu Ekosiisen On Asempa.
Fantastic. Na mete fote on catcher. Bibi aboko.
Oh Nyankopon adum bibia dadni. Na waso apom.
Nyame adum kakra. Ye pem so kakra.
Asempa awuna uchi nyina wa kire de so para. Gana ha ye nyo to 100 abira. Wondu nyina rambo moroko du bia obama ya so at.
Fantastic.
Ghana manda wonas.
Oh, okay. It is a Ghana Nibia 8 year. The person should not be confused about separate identities, no.
Oh, na internet no crown so obo media. And I'll show me Wikipedia or some recognize me as Freedom Jacob Caesar. As okay. Okay. No one I make an quite to say Jay-Z.
Anderson Carter.
Oko check it. Wikipedia is here or be connected the two. Until I need your motion how I nipa ebodino. No mudi combining and no mu search engine.
Oh, okay. It means a cheddar and a nickname, no, and a
nickname. I just say Obi. See the cast cheddar maka Obi.
Oh, okay. Wow. My nase lawyer Jerry Ahmed Shaib. We wish you very well. Alright, we wish you very well.
We are very smart guy. I told you that my driver listens to your station. Both. Everybody knows. It's called Stephen Boateng. Let me just use this platform to say hello to him. Yeah. I think he wants to hear a voice, so maybe you have to greet him. It's called Stephen Boateng.
Stephen Boateng?
Yes, both.
No, Charlie. Stephen, who is brutal?
Yeah, or you're brutal. Or cherish you or
Stephen, yeah, that's it. I was in a crow banner, me ultra picture.
Yes. And then Mama, me ban all family Kasabi.
It's been great. Ekosiisen in a lawyer met Shaib and I'm attending Kano.
That's na me fa kunya oso enchia etifo nyina mutie Ekosiisen dwumadi no na ebedom so as because Asempa Asempa nyina so efi etifo and me gigi self Ghana fa na nyina obi a radio eda a woti na adwuma pa maye but be permission amrenti me sama munyo adwuma fo mpenifo nyina
openness, you know. I think that this shouldn't be a problem at all.
Mida itself should come out, yes.
Yeah, Mida should tell us, oh, Miracle, this is a shareholding structure. Indigenous Ghanaians, only maybe X percentage, and the Philippines, they only Y percentage. And I think that should settle this matter.
Honorable, it's always a pleasure talking to you. May that's a powerful for your time.
What be?
And the Honorable John Jinaponi attending Kano. Yes, I think we have to do this interview again.
Maybe I'm always pleased to come here. Asempa is one of the biggest platforms. I've always been an ardent listener of Asempa FM. You are doing so well. I know easy, but I always say this to people. Say if you are doing something good for Ghana, Kofi Ghana, I'm a Ghana, I'm a Ghana, 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 they are supposed to protect me. Yes. True. So that is Obi. You are doing so well. This is one of the biggest platforms I've ever been to, and I'm so appreciative of the fact that you invited someone like him to be on this platform. God bless you.
Dudu na Obi na eba Ekosiisen so a kawo no nke ofufro pa supreme ho a kawo ye El Chamano so ka ho na Ekosiisen so de yero na mposa wo no ese kusi inti yebo mabaso yesi the good the bad and the ugly obetini na so Ekosiisen na niema miensa na mode ye adwuma eba radio to inform, to educate and entertain. The same I am a kind of na maybe more bono. More year program, more political program, more something. And now come on, station a war a ye gunja and kay program yabonra. And now come pay so a war a year man pusia and come on Nairi program. Now see a number one kind idea. Gamma Ekosiisen and one. Sorry, that's it. Nice one.
Those who for the greed of money for themselves and their families are destroying our water body. May God kill all of them. The people are committing genocide, poisoning our waters. And we are looking on and playing politics around it. It's evil, it's barbaric. The people who manage our water say that, look, now there are children, they found mercury, cyanide, and things in their blood, causing cancers and limbs. You will see the water is very clear, but But when you take it to the laboratories, you see chemicals. That was what they said on TV. The woman said that the fact that our water is clear and you are drinking it does not guarantee that the water is chemical and cyanide free. Some of the politicians, some of the opinion leaders, some of the chiefs are involved in the pollution of our waters, and God don't punish them. God don't punish them for destroying our water bodies. How can you compare a few hundreds and thousands of people and the activities killing 33 billion people? Foreigners have entered and they are mining on our waters, and we are looking on. What kind of a people are we? Can you go to China and go and do galamsey in China? Can you go? Which country can you go to and go and do galamsey there? It shows the weakness of our system. That foreigners will come into our country, go into our forest reserve, and then our water that are clean, and they will mine in the water and pollute the water, and we are looking on playing politics with it. Any politician, any chief, anybody in our water bodies and polluting because of the money for their pocket, and our systems are being poisoned. May God kill them first. And we have the army, we have the military, and we can't enter the forest and arrest these people and stop all forms of galamsey. We can't do it. It means that we ourselves, we are inside and we have interest and we are lining our pockets. And anybody here who is in galamsey, get ready to die first. Our waters have become Milo. Milo is mass murder. This is stupidity and nonsensical. And when I see Chinese people carrying guns and they have corded off the area of the galamsey, and they are now threatening our citizenry from not coming to stop them, and you see our military men. These military men are also there, and they have also expressed interest. So this government must not fail the Ghanaians people. This government, because the previous government, they toy with our river bodies and they have fun. This new government, they should rise up and do the work. They should deport all foreigners, Chinese, whatever, all those who are polluted. They should deport, they should arrest them, deport them. The word I hate cry in my life is that your friend is saying galamsey there, and you best stop here, and me and you won't you best stop. Am I in galamsey? How do I stop galamsey? Am I in the army? It means that the people who can stop it, the military, the police, they should do their work. I'm a pastor, I'm preaching. The best I can do is what I am saying, that this is mass murder, it is genocide, it is killing our children, and it must be stopped, and it must be stopped now.
Fuel prices are maybe and external issues be na ekoso crude price ekoso a ye translate eba hasema fuel prices koso no e kire se Akufo-Addo aban no enitima na heartless never can say oni akoma oni do ha amagana for enti na ono dey osore ano increase fuel price no koya koka say oh na the enti ono kasa na ye say Ghana a net exporter actually say export oil ni bi crude na export ni bi enti no say prices ne cost ro a ye benefit ye nyamfa so enti samfa so no ade enti na Akufo-Addo aban a o nitima onfa bi enso Ghana for asene say price ne bo from na okowie no ka say oh akwa say Akufo-Addo aban ne de omo ni ideas bi abio the manage Ghana fuel prices wa obi we yeah referee enyamba pitch no kwa no abo ben say pre start you na fuel prices could say now omo a enya sa idea we from the beginning Russia Ukraine war no what can I be because we know it took us by surprise. Just surprise. Everybody knew what was happening, and then we had the benefit. Now, all kinds of MPA boss in your educhi. I can say, oh, there was some 5 weeks be, and no, the young call them to the details. Sebia, I will croon okay until croon the Nadia. Okay, from that time on, what's the government doing? Oh, and then no more. ABC no, then no more. Asha Madina Baby Doom Pepe Sui.
afi ena president ode say good ti say oh ade bi
in now would same why Bank of Ghana decided
exactly who reserves so reserves now one enye say egudem say wo som no say bosomu sika wodi asie say
yes
asem to a ana say wo kire wa wo be kwa akofa de aye bibi so ultima say
yes
it is our reserves no MPP4 connect $9 billion approximately and by the end of 2025
dollar reserve
no gold can you can reserves are above or dollars or gold and other because the reserves are but you can keep it in different assets.
Okay.
So it can be in gold, it can be in dollars, it can be in other things. What do I measure on say? So Ninja na 8.9 and the MPP and the NDC by the end of 2025 a 13 point something American was $1 billion. But our reserves net down it be a good and it be your Bruni sika dollars. What am I saying? Now on maybe especially middle income countries obia wo susu due bi odi ato wo say misika ya da ho as my reserves dodo was saying there was a cash dollars da me account mu because Bank of Ghana also hold bankers so I will save with them or your investment with them. So dodo was saying so there was me see no gold mu. So what am I say? The general practice is that middle income countries they keep 20% of their reserves in gold.
That's the standard.
The general practice. It is not a rule, but that is the general practice. You can Google it more. Google. Can I say at AI Bekachero? That's the general practice. In fact, there are even advanced economies like China, or more or less than 10% of their reserves in gold. Don't want cash. What do you want to say? But it is believed that or reserves need be gold more, and I'm saying gold because I cash will be invested. We invest here, we are being 4%, 5%. So, but say your gold net our gold will be 10%, 15%. Last year gold cost more than 50%. So the return when the reserve is in gold, higher, and that is why somebody will say any our reserves and then I want from to gold instead of dollar because dollar will not give you. But the key thing is a gold, Obroni say ne buono e volatile chese and ne buono betimi akosoro one day per e betimi atia ba from hwi it is a way middle income country to say Ghana or reserves are wo nyina no sa asem sisi e betimi ahwe 5 months 5.9 months and e betimi ahwe there is a sikana e da woni so are you getting my point? Na se sikana dodo na ye in gold wa. Se gold bo ne ba from hwia or reserves no so beti say bam. Are you getting my point? So Bank of Ghana for a strategic asset allocation analysis sometime 2021-2022. And no say Ghana, middle income country, I buy a reserve no. Usually I buy when I buy reserves I do 5.7, 5.9 months. Can usually a reserves here 3 months. Traditional reserves. Yeah, your reserves was it you keep turn gold moon adults were 10%. So the 20% we've been doing in Ukraine and was so change what Bank of Ghana's
Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7.
Obinye Ekosiisen ye Bonsu our Asempa de brane mama Obi som Oriwa Ekosiisen wo Asempa FM Ekosiisen wo Asempa FM Ekosiisen Asempa 94.7 Asunyine tie Oriwa
Asempa FM. Ekosiisen. 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 Asempa FM. Obi nebado. Obiba. Obibo. Obiba. Obiba. Ode. Asempa nabo. Obi nebado. Obiba. Obibo. Obiba. Obi nebado. Ode. Asempa nabo.
Obi nie. Ekosiisen nie. Bonsu awo mini sempa de brane mama obi so obi so obi so obi so obi so
Asempa FM. Check with your time, 30 minutes after 2 on a Monday afternoon, the 4th day of May, 2026. We appreciate the fact that you make time to watch us every weekday. Not just watch, but also listen to us on your radio. Yeda munyana se ema munyana kwaba eda moba Ekosiisen so high Asempa FM. If you some copy say nunsia ne fa ebebo yatena se e de Ekosiisen dwumedie no ebremo. We are live from our national studios here in Kokomlemle, Accra, and thank you for always making this choice. Eda munyana se oh, Tomo. And Patrick Osei, countryman songo. No, we brutal. We brutal. Na, okay, the Kasago Mike, the Kasago Mike. Na, so BBI Boko.
Yamiso. as long as we be out to meet them again.
Yes.
Now I say my interview now only sports minister and
I'm Kofi Adams there.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
At a point I'm busy. But me yen am tin enu ano no se ne awoye ubusa ho no ensemu mo
ensemu
do say ono no enye se bia obey nervous by way of say bia no ma bia sisi da enti bia obey bia ma na prepare why bia bi obey taking the cool na wa hope say bia
be normal
bia ensi
but so far ho boa ne so kire se ne ma betima ko normal
Dabi, I'm on for the Enkasa. I believe I cross. Hey, Bia, come let them go for so dia. Umuma dia lili kakirana. I'm on for to Casa. Oh, yes. Idiana, because and yes, Bibi say, but Bibia uncle no master. It's passe. I say, I don't know where people interest lies. It's in Abia. Let me say, whoever they can fit, let him wait. But maybe like our journalists, sports journalists, we be especially. Meaning baby interest because there are so many things that also motivation here to tuni nanka. BBSCC or Blasters will be a tournament after tournament and Yebiano. And CCBM no. I say, you know, I don't know whether when Ebia wa yanka was them to swan and no my I just don't, but I don't see it that way. You got it because first it started by the budget, so I deko utina make a chona say and
I think they were better him. Well, say budget the crowd
it doesn't mean to watch the match here.
Oh, but say if they call Qatar, we know your teswa, then a positive
and so 3 matches so crowd catch him so $6 million over and never bought 3 matches and on what today so tell me.
No, that's
first 3 matches.
Yeah, composite.
No, what I'm saying is even first 3 matches. Who catch him say first 3 matches will be to me the over $6 million about. They are what is and timidity I mean this was him and you know say pato what all there but it matters of politics stats economics normal the only say afibia ni munsamo anamboa
yes
e be at that time you know maybe a high and maybe a average say e be at that time no this time maybe a low dollar bia afibia ni senya dollar it's a heavy so that's it they be a year we know maybe an kaminim say be about 20 million year we maybe a 10 million I feel e be a economy ni semni senia we see koye you got it media see in all no your man no man transparent mimi dear
but largely no Kofi Adams has been transparent and
no if a Blasters coach recently interviewed me bo about we say the contract what I say also kwaba they are only Kansas to one mother oh yes media mimi side them who say oh mother on that money no Utina make a Sika no can say less, but a bit my more. Need to meet Maka say more, and so why. You see, that is why it calls for speculation. Say no man can be saying that this speculation is the battle. So to say, you got it.
In the fear, I know my
Sika say, no, but I no catch us all check it.
Also, negotiations, no,
Bibia can be ano. And yet no assembly obi 4 months no month bia utua ne say salary and then that single aspect of the salary and composition of the salary but in the monthly pay no no we say na dey no who say less so who say less dia then unim sika no dodo what you say the moment who say less no composition of that money now can say okay can normal boom no one say the salary no less Meaning say you know the
thing. No, we just criticizing the sports authorities. It's too much. A coach bana kasa and a sika come here kasa.
Na you do like to wajaika.
Me odaroma and then the sound here. Let me David, it's too much. More cars here who the moyo. Yeah, at least here can you improvement. Yeah. More car. Now almost one can it's too much. Coach buy a new answer. Now tata. That sounds a coach. Fire. When you don't have fail, you fire. Now coach, coach who bet me catch him for just 43 days in Kowini Cup. It's not possible. It's not possible. Mona siasa mama no say work up when amodama studio. Fine. But mo pesado do. Mo jina coach council from the one about
na me asem na this point. Why? Otuado wo ho no. Now so otuado nye coach papa. Yemfa coach papa mra. Coach we so ba mate say songo kaka say na onye obi asa.
Too much.
Onya de sa.
It is yango for one mra. Yango for one. Your coach Manchester City no yango for mra. Ana yango for there coach Arsenal mra. Ana yango for there owo na I don't get it. There's football guy who is senior sports journalist. In fact, your tools are fresh sports analysts in we are. They be out of invitation, man. Or them the man that special attention because over years, over time, he's been part of the process that distinguished award-winning sports journalists for Ghana countlessly.
Yes.
I don't know input no entimi muama fe no de baby edu no because ya akoma ko di blaster chi odu akoma di blaster chi bibia da won ma oka ebem but de bia da no na say yanku an say yanku ana we mu da ba mi catch ko fire for fire ada DSM just 43 days no coach ni fan ko ji work abomre ana
go fire
oti hanum say and now as we talk the definition for a year even coach, you know, Sika the man, no, no, say, or they are not here by to me. Number 2, as we speak now,
yes,
after Nankasakrano, and then I'm a few pim after the technical people team. What all these years? It took a year. Adom FM.
Yes.
And you raise his eye should buy 2 Odo Safo.
Yes.
And then it's when I kiss in the did they be Adamo attack? Whilst our local league, it has never been attractive. And it's a coach you obey moment for support and the eternity. It doesn't stop you from asking as usual your relevant and it doesn't stop you.
Oreku ya no my. But me anam say me pe onu mabusa o. Say Otuado nya papa.
Oh.
Carlos Queiroz say Carlos Hwan no. Ono so why odin.
Oh, more fire. I wish say ka me question of Busalo said your my see color something.
He will fire you when you will fire you
first in normal pay.
Yeah.
President Muhammad say.
Oh, no coach is him. Me tell me your question. Una coach is please, coach, you can't settle you. If you ask a coach, if you don't know, this is Ghana. You man with the blaster will fire you. But the coach on the ball anyway. Coach, you cry all back row, be a coach, you know, what's the protocol measure? Number 2 is a 3, the 1 minute. Hey, but I'm so good about my teaching power.
Now I'm going to try to say no.
Oh, you see, we should also appreciate where he has come from all these years. Ota Okodra, Nimirika de so you feel, or draw attention from resentment. And pay attention. Say okay, for once, guy, not just the noise that he is making, but in seminar Okikano, it is building the black stars that we are. It is a Okachem say Georgia Free frustrated or desperate for power. Obi on 1996. Ghana team a Kobo Ball Japan. Ono who's to Omudomo Fat Town and Mama Muska crash of 1996. Georgia Free. How do you describe such a person as a frustrated person or a successful person? The Antiana sometimes Songo Diana Babem say, why you don't so no crackano, every facet of our life. It will not for sports, no, you suffer politics, you suffer health, you suffer road. Because you are forces now, mom said Captain Planter. They be at just force to talk about them. Because there are a lot of compromises. Of sports world no team now. A lot of compromises. It will not just Minister be a person who didn't come out. Person who didn't come out. Or look for harms. I don't know. It's a be a no crown. It is a one you don't want. You compromise and then be part of the crowd. It's kudos. But I'm saying that, especially this coach. That's how we nadia. We now basketball over 10 times. I don't go there. It's a no one should tell you that. modern born aye ni so me baby how many say FA no sports authorities no they don't see akumana ono because all the nyina say sika e ko football mu no we have to what is there to show now some you know top bibia wia sika e ko mu e ma so ka yeja no badminton hockey e de eja no nyina say da ko say ball bom no oya no asa atwa adwa ko say alaji muguru sa time and no go through Milo championship ni sa no ni eyi nipa enye based on partisanship enye based on baby a free merit it will merit na dey continue no merit how dey ban e tira so ko si aka ma Ghana ko si aka ma Ketokreku na o man because there are instances where he's raised issue about Dreams FC. Ketokreku, waba, bibia, dreams. Also, one conflict of interest within them. Into Okasa, Obey Tanfo. Media, we had them by and be appeased on fun and might, and then they will be a coach. Because, okay, count one Casa. Now I'm sharing an old board. You see, I was at the side of a statue. I do a board 22 minutes. That time, you know, what you board no more fire. No bet more fire. No, me young coupon more fire. We are not sacking coach na bakozem. I have it to bakozem the super. By your fan Jajo, do over blast. Was it coach Cup 1980? Miss Rita was it. I am part. You can come bakozem. Bibi dey advise so you better. But we party.
Me Sandon na me say that song go say enye say wakoye deputy coach am Alex Ferguson nti. And I'm say it is a coach very party go for me. Nothing will make me. No, they can't go back. No, there is one. But yes, it's here. Because the other result, they are now open. Say, a confirm no can say OJ $200,000. I'll be for say into Yama.
Now you can say, coach, what you saying?
And then I'm about make sure.
Georgie, say, only Georgie.
There be a down room on any say, you can 100,000. And a Kofi Adams by you busa no. Osei on timing because negotiations no munyi.
But that no
Debbie, our salary there. Osei until I make it to say the figure. Salary figure no.
Yeah, but no so no. The question is who are now then?
Debbie say on money to transparency. One on say
president. Obisa question say na no politics here jay no jay the nika. Because obi this year you per DC for ketia. You per minister. Adentia. Ya ma caterer, ya ma gardener, ya ma security. Ni na quantify and say Bonsu be a OJ be 20,000 Ghana cedi. And I want to perform no. Because when him scar coach, he be a coach credit $10,000. Now money $10,000 I also on perform. I would know what to say. So in American it is or say coach Nisika no kwa banka me gidi say by this time there. Enka wa baka. So so kwa ko check ya ba. So but by this time on kai and the taxpayers money.
Because me say you must hand your money here as a state secret.
On say o ma pay no can say.
On your transparent.
Transparent. Or they can specific on blasters. Any F4 no. Asema President Mahama Kaya no.
This is a Kofi Adams be catch us say budget for the tournament or the abetu $16 million. Yeah, they call.
And na make us
first round. And you qualify from first round as scanning na you be sign enya from FIFA. Inti
what Robi. No so sana me say be say no don you be one.
Make me no be ka. O ka say me say na kata. Enti wo mo dia no do so na we grab from. Obi the three matches was on the over $6 million. What fan it
and the problem behind you call the next stage now. You best spend $22 million. Problem behind you.
That is a sungo. On so can a trust I say 3 matches $6 million over. But what's the problem with that? Because Wabema breakdown say FIFA be provided in Niane e di ama teams ni nyina ba ye ne ntimi ma ye players ni nkodi FIFA aduane no in ye kwa dey self FA ko
me pacho
na so anya ne nyes kana
me to ati ba nye na ne ehu sa no ma no enye ne na ta no ma no wo say FIFA provide aduane ma okra na countries no bia provide ne de babuta ho say wo World Cup no bot 3 matches a wo free mu no da bia wo expenditure na say wo expenses or final budget more than Obia.
But this year, yes, sir. But this year, yes, what I'm telling you is that this year, no,
when you
there seems to be an improvement.
You think said that money is okay? No, that money is not okay.
Would quantify the compare Obia what the next level? And you work up, I will boom and I prefer almost as 6 million.
Why can't they use 4 million to also do that?
Now, some new man, and yet.
I'm not on it. And how much more one more budget now. They can add numbers. They can add accountability.
What we have to speak now, coach, what you saying?
And they obey him. No, I agree with you.
Better than Mama Giatum said, who 6 million over for 3 matches. No, what in the clone and the pepper person? Because I don't know. The coach here. Kunoa no mu ko hia wo World Cup na obia nimne coach sika de man a normal thing. It shouldn't be a big deal. And not on money na etua. You see, Obi, see, I can say be Obi the over 6 million, I say 6 million about 3 matches. And just you can't do that, oh. But even look at our team. Winning team, a team, are we winning? What in America? It's how Okasi Ben Wadiani Befa Kukuno, Ebiko Kukuno, no say a man 1 CD. Obetima catches a Kukuno man at 3 CD. Esosona and 3 CD. Those things are part of enormous Yama, Yahubida. Oh, so one ama transparency now. Before I become so sustain ya shasi ani no ma bia wo ye bia nkuntabu no emu da ho a ukoba ye gitum ehu say yes nukuro bia da di wo ba bi
it is sika na omodi sika na omodi be no eko efu ana se ko ho
eno no call sports ministry.
Yes,
the amount for donating to say the Ibrahim Mudie your donate no eno no call ebeko ministry of finance for the and normally sponsor supporters do more upload.
And you see, update update how many times no more update on that. Sika Omojiji, how many times no more update?
What's the latest on Sky for the Black Stars? We are 42 or 43 days. 38, correct. What's the latest? What's the latest?
But point of correction, has can for the Black Stars.
No, I'm saying the latest. What is the latest?
I don't know. The Black Stars. We don't know what.
And the last time Oba studio had.
Yeah.
Osei Omonya almost $20 million. Omo budget is almost $35 million. No, much me the supporters close to 800 ako. Omo air ticket, omo travel arrangement, hotel, Diane, Bibia account. Now omo di omako. Omo targeted 35, so omo almost 20. And now you say Ibrahim Mahama, engineers and planners, $5 million. Omo kwa kutuya say $2 million. And other
agencies $80 komo Ghana.
Oh, that's not Oman. The World Cup in US of
South Africa for so
one thing, my problem, Kaka. And they say,
finally.
Shall be to say, yeah, and you say, Bia, Ubi Tam Blasters Nana, Ubi shed the beam pese, coach be performing, and I say, and paying for be fairly, Ghana for. I'm a journalist, me co tournamenta. Nana me no Kumakre can was me. You co tournamenta, it be a Kurunukura, me first time I'm a as a journalist, me pese me Hukuruno.
Yes.
Me pese me country about more than 3 matches.
Sure.
Because we are more than 3 matches.
Over Fientum.
So that enti yebe kwa. Aya na me expect say ye best say you no ma wo fie ansa ne yakọ. Oh, ye do tournament na tia. Se na ya na ye colleagues no epese Ghana ehye ko nanim no. Ya na me hu ni say na mo peni say na ma me ahye ye hu ye wo fie. Because Obi what the ancient previous tournament there for the past 5-6 years. You bought 3 matches near film, you bought 3 matches near film. And anytime we can't sit down to correct our mistakes. And I had journalists follow.
Because journalism is human crime.
Oh, you're recording the crime, yeah.
Your record, your other Cameroon for Morocco for Nigeria for West Yawomo, na African Cup or Cameroon. Na Ghana matches in your film. What I say now, woman which Yawoma debate in say. A dear Nawoka. So yesterday you're proud in the say Ghana tournament. Near Timmy day, do semi-finals because the moment I catch semi-finals one day, you do or die. And you all fight for the final slot, no. And I win your final slot, no. So the end of the final match, anything is possible. Anything is possible. Or Paonkofa, if you are still players in Amra, good coach, I wanna any players, focus, no, at the system, Nasia. Coaching and what is at stake. That is where you can also do something for your country. And I'll be to my winning. But Kofi Adam say, Mama coach no target semi-finals. See, a bit me do semi-finals. Oma will be semi-final target in the Sika Samun country. I'm keeping the coach on his toes. If you are in your mind, so I me family support my coach. Coach, I me support Omano. Unim Sika. You did to any case, can say be a median count crowd and committee. A public fund. That is my problem here. A public fund. Okay. I also see Timothy as you near the support in the coach in the mimi di catch and so my way. Oma can we see in our press conference in Arsenal. Woman in a come but Ophelia Omuna Befayano. Oh, sure. Oh, and that was the first time on the 4-month contract. You see, yes. What me to me, Manaya, where? I said, you're done. Send near there when you go for coach, experience, you have pedigree. What do you man in Tom from? O cartoon be on Bayano. Oklano wouldn't know cartoons. It's your best 11. First match was fielding a players bay. Champion, Yenibi. Oh, are you serious about that? No, and what? Na players be na obubo omudin. Omo prepare. Why? Who players why? Is there we semenya player? E didn't know. E di party ni could use your market. Oh, no one out in the Kobo Fifi wo. Why we pra? On what can they don't think about Kudus? When you say this is our problem. The white man will not be thinking about Kudus right now. At this point. Any serious country will not be thinking about 38 more days to go to World Cup. Any serious country will not be thinking about Kudus. No. Because you see our and Oba only enough game time to win the World Cup. On your be or see a day need to like a star man. No. And he said we semenya. Part any jiku defender. Say one person Jordan. Why Jordan? Oh, Jordan now on the experience stage one. I get you. On the Blasters, and a national team sometimes o club no wouldn't bo, but a bua national team. Yeah, very good. Yeah, what me be national team. Obi also on the club or a good power or national team. Yeah, Troka. So on that score. Jordan for now. Me guy be now. No. Inaki no baby. Inaki mungina ni sa Ghana hodin no. Inaki baby but. Oba he. When was the last time I won who Blasters match? No, the coach Oba he say on go World Cup ni. And make me without. Asempa okay. Asempa say Obekobi. On your feet. And Obekobi. And Tete me ba. Inaki obono play during the season or Saba, but maybe so say when was the last time I won Blasters JC? Oh no, this trip the team near maybe so when was the last time I won Inaki Blasters JC? Because the player need to me more Blasters no African soil and our Blasters matches with me more World Cup do bet match JC aboana. Na Atigizi was one. Hey, now until I'm just a goalkeeper no why. She said goalkeeper but he has to do it. No be but he has to do it. Now who catch me say coach ni experience okuta pedigree. Coach ni who so Blasters coach the other everybody to shut up and just move and say hey coach you are the best, you are a champion, we are champion. Give me the players to deliver. Semi-finals no. 2006, 2010, 2014, 2018 Yanko Russia, any 2022. We any World Cup I ever qua. As far as the team is concerned, no. Because yan tia samuye yetik any ebini yetikrumha. Obian say we are only keeping people on their toes. Very professional. Nipa bet my mistake and so you can talk to your brother. Sebio, if you are saying it another time, and as you see, near Queen. But
those in authority no afane say obi no obi wo personal problem when you are talking about Ghana any Ghana football any Ghana sports na any na be we say obi any wa time otuado yen na last minute obi ahun say coach ni nya de
yetie wontem krank yi
so tika hono na ka wo be sise wo be nya coach no wo sise team no but this time no wo say wo some core team me bona me kanu me boa so a good coach and him how to call players to put them together na system be ya adwuma
you have a case
that is
I think as a country no man my attention na call budget for the tournament budget here they support than the team the
that team is why I'm asking you say kona wo kono what should team no na wo ko won kona wo pesca
na mo ka se kudi agro am for nkwe
I was what the pedigree experience coach
I agree mo fa papa na so nkotra ben se Rojamela nka we
why did I
mo fa na ka se Rojamela
last 15 you see one certain where utimi ya oya me pedi ebi ya me pedi de aye ebi se me pedi de aye utimi uhwe okanentimi ya enko senka ene bank ye hu se tim bi egina ho no chese wo mu mabọ awie no mu film no ke bi wo mu de yakoji adwenkyere no wo mu ana say experience no but we are calling on the day because we current team nipa be 16 17 obetima abobo aten wo mu nyina
no ni hu hia pa o me so mu yin se Rojamela last 50 de meka o piagu ba bia jaye
obi that say minutes say na ultimi more best 6 solid players 7 solid players 8 solid players
7 solid players ultimi more
blasters
akwa na nso awahye ni tirifita na ogira vi for na za akwa ndo wasache obi o waka ni tirifita na ogira whatsapp too much on tell about hey minia I'm sorry obi tina say obi ya the ball for in chema ni turn nko obo ka digira
obi or a professional footballer but obviously Sala who player just what Jesus Christ Obi now Viado Aquano yeah Jalo Aquakura Osibo Jalo Sibo
na ten automatic graga and so be baby on the daft no I say quarter that
I see what me Jalo Aquana I just about pocket crown
no me ba
yes I'm not
it is goalkeeper goalkeepers train there me ni confi will be
now ti o mu kwa ni goalkeepers anti ni mo Ghana enu ni problem
ya Holland
oh papa proper scouting
asare ne heart keeper no
yankuya ni mo ni o ten bench ni o kura no o mu believe ni China no but I say o mu kan o mu nka agbesi bi na ya mu kan na o mu believe so ma agbesi kura China ba say we na wo blasters ni finally baby o do no say project no
no it is here goalkeeping department is a major issue over defense this is there is a yiba o guy almost a cat player ya Ghana for attempt Baba Rama
25 years ago
oh that but see how we pick form
mitiwasi o
Greece on one so bobo
Greece mitiwasi
that's no but under did you dream so no bad
senior player the day is senior
I'm a senior so be a senior no we bobo so be a senior just we bobo
Rojamela crab boy you
see defense my argument in a solid
na wo ko fa Baba Rama na ba o say for the day last 15 minutes e be kwa team na hoja obi ani wo na de den kwa de obeyen kwa keke
ne o man hene kwa bena asante
ne kure no work
na de original form ne san no ye anti o man yen
na ani ye team na ani ye team yen team money pa be 5 yen team money pa be 5
defense jiku ho ena ye friend say Sibo ndo midfield defender ya
obobody did it ya
Salisu
enemrem o boss Salisu din wono so recover from injuries akwa no wono kini Salisu na Salisu no kwade no offer blasters Jesus Well, it was
a defense that catch you kungo.
And you also went to me on Mark. I was on the Nimbo on the Sawas. Was it the demo? Wait me, but the league matters. What's what me?
The number 2 in the as I saw hope. Oh, Calabrian.
No, number 2.
But at least 2. I'm not saying no. Say obejina baby a sibo jina na.
Afi na wo kasa.
Sibo no. Calabrian no.
Afi na afi de wo sibo na internet. Afi tie.
And na Pentecost sofo ba nso ni bobo.
Oh, obi
Pentecost sofo ba ya oya midfielder e kra friend.
Tie.
Obobo Dominic. Pentecost sofo ba e friend.
Wow, ye modini ma.
Elisha. Ondo ni bobo.
No.
Ondo ni bobo.
Na make asem
Ondo ni bobo.
Tie. This type of
say they also could be. Elisha Andoni Bob.
11 players na problem.
11. Who say a players? Kudus. Ain't me fair on 20 so. Newman is Wafena. Waba back from injury over 1 year. After Waba back. Pate.
Doubt to be an uncle World Cup.
No. Anything is possible. It is a virtually new team. And the Beko. But when him announce no man announce
the Magic Cup number.
Aha, but and only a proper administration.
Oh, your mains and your mains and
it's our can would you body keke. As to one corner no ya, 1.51, AG21, Germany for no quality, who Germany for no ya 1 year German man, Tina Gomun in the line. When I yet to near fire 1 year. Sa 1 year German man, it in woman in mono. To come in the line and calculate 2 1s are near this.
World Cup with here. In terms of team, we may probably have the weakest team in the whole tournament.
What I'm saying is, so who be we are talent. You only look for the talent.
Talent.
The person just a Ghana or talent, local and international.
But local league assembly bar. And
almost what Bob last start in the local. How me foreign Bob
no medium.
Wine.
I'm saying,
wine.
When I'm say. Oh boys, blast us foreign guys. Yeah,
and I'm saying local players on wine.
They are there, local boys in here.
They are there,
the BM
apart from left TBR.
And we are lying. Media may be or Kotoko or
wine.
So to me, as our boys, I get a castle was saying. Me body then I will get a local talent on to bet me.
In the local
talent to bet me. You know, but one person
media me say
Obi Pacho, who say you perceive the local players in 5 Ekofra. One Obiano.
Unyabi.
Local players 5
Unyabi.
Omo
kwase me pick
tobo. Yeah, come on, more exposure.
Debbie, I'm going to
and foreign based
local players 5.
You lie.
I'm back black first 11. I'm a World Cup.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Give me my phone. Names no boys no. Boys you put 2 names together no.
Local league no. Local players 5. Black Stars World Cup.
Yes, ebi betimi abo.
Who no dey okeka here?
Now to no dey okeka na squad na expert.
So 5.
Foreign based players no. And then na foreign based player. You born in also wasan no ho. How many? You can't say Black Stars 11. Empo wuntimi ndudu 3. Goalkeeper wo se woni bi. Defender wo bo ba ko paduku. Now wo tu na wo tere kura wo nyai. Na mpo wa benya wo for. So what are you telling me? One more broche no bo be ya no mo bo. How bo
Kotoko has go for more a sant from sant league umba you from Samatex
nations I encourage you.
What was see on the FIFA? Say local league, no, all the players free mobile. FIFA will scabby a dema
teams now players nifino.
Okay.
It even by virtue of the fact that Hearts player back one. Hearts benye sika bumbi after the World Cup from FIFA. I be boy sports development in Ghana. And we can decide say okay, 26 players near they call World Cup. Okay. And you will be an be kwa bobi.
Okay.
In the 5 local players be your mark. Now in anticipation say clubs benya says cano and invest in the clubs fine. But you are telling me say 5 local players are Black Stars in England.
Ekobobola.
Yeah, Kwakobo match World Cup. 5 players or more starting against England. No. What are you talking about?
You can't say no. They are also playing professional league here.
No quality.
They will give you that quality. Even some more quality. Foreign based players so more quality. We've seen your foreign based players. They just representing against Austria. Listen, when you blend the local talent, Ghana or talent, Ghana or footballers who make talent. And as a talented players, that is it. They are not doing proper scouting.
Players in breaking ball.
You are lying. It is not everybody. You are lying. Now, blasters the players. No, nipa say let me breaking ball, papa. Me busa foreign based players. I'm also asking you. So, foreign based players in the being out here. Oh my, me to be here. Baby, bobo. And you broach be an average. Oh my. You broach be an bobo papa be. That's why I say you are playing that is why Blaster is struggling. Boys in your countries here. Boys in your baby and you ball. And we and but when we invite 2 more Blasters, we can see the Austria boys boy. Woman in your foreign base place. Said the way you expose you. I said they can't even pass. Dummy. They are only a foreign base players. I was saying.
Songo we a proponent, advocate, Emma local players. Me say league ya boy. But stand out players 5 far.
I am going to me boy.
Fine.
Me boy.
Why
names?
Why the color be in Chino?
Oh yeah, under Black Stars. Obeko. And Obotu. No, he's a very good. He's probably the most the solid player in our team. Yeah, he's good. He's good. Oh man,
your
local league ne standard any level no. Ja. Any World Cup.
Messi, and as how foreign based players, so actually say they are not world club players, Papa Diama Blasters. They have not improved Blasters. Foreign based players are never Blasters. They have not improved Blasters. Only the Blasters are bought yet. Anytime Blasters will even win a match, we are sitting on tentacles. Anytime Blasters but win a match, we are not even happy. We are not comfortable. Blasters best. ASM Lusu. What force why you are bought raw? And these are the foreign based players. You claim so many bit about World Cup. And no one team improve the Blasters. These are foreign based players. So which is what
team men share Nigeria? Team Blaster team.
I'm about draw.
Osi men yeah I went to my
Dabio.
Yeah
the players are me share league no kakra met me you ma pie enie Alex Boache center back Ediana FC
so yemfa Alex Boache enko
Masa yes me can clutch me na me share league no me na me catch no makawie
Songo mate
opa Ediana so what no o say me more players you shouldn't tell me say yemfa nko so Salatio I have players yes I'm now here kika wa hano no Francis Aban center back also ball Heart of Lions
Francis Aban
yes yes when you see these boys omo talent no you
names when I obo
yes
obo names we yem form nko
me person say they are good so
make ma ko
yes you catch them say local boys me modin yes me boy keke come born keke come and call for my phone you should understand me me come ni maba Atabuache or your forward baby any go stars. Yes, you give you men disrespect boys. They are also playing professional league. Your footballers, they can do it. Yes, let me tell you.
Atabuache no. What's a goal saying this is?
And no asem me de meba ho me wia meba ho.
The measure also the bibia na
come Diama. There's one Salim Adams.
And you lefty,
that boy. dear lefty. Salim Adams. Salim Adams.
Mediama wo never footed.
Nimboma good. Nimboma me to wase. But me person na me person me throw the near we solid ankasa o mediama. Anything amount to so lefty back now can asem. Please, I beg your pardon. Yeah,
Salim Adams no World Cup we bet me jam met for
Bobby. Na wo possible kura wo bet me Bobby. Sibo no obo real Oviedo o mo re no. O mo ko relegation. Wo gina wo do baby a ni ama no starting do baby a ye ma no. Wo mo kura wo bet me Bobby. The same thing. Sana tie to aso. Now pa Aminu Dramani. Local boy. Obobo. Emma Blasters. No,
2006.
What me do kwa bi. Samuel Osei force a champion to be which Sammy two go be so a champion. But a local boy, Sila Iliasu, a bench in the World Cup.
Yes,
life. I will come back to you to tell you that they are not giving our boys the chance. If they give the local boys that support, boy no, who bet me a ball. And you said when you have a players, what are you telling me? They are local boys. Maybe we are players in this boy. Now if it's a local boys, we have talent.
Yeah. In 2005.
Yes.
Yeah. The Ghana League in 2005.
Powerful league.
And the Ghana League now.
Difference. And the Ghana League. Meba. I want to say Ghana League. No muji we are seeing now Champions League and no. And so then why you say
the level of competition at the time?
Excuse me. You will never. Maybe Lady Blasters. Then why didn't that time on the pick? So you didn't allow the to lead the Blasters?
We have not paid
why didn't do that?
Our local players,
yes,
including
when you give them the chance.
Time Eric Bequin won the form.
Yes.
You had a certain Samoa.
And you can try him, you can help him. You can also take him there. England, the phone strikers, so you also bring him out. Add up. Addition is good. Let me tell you, good addition is good. Add up. You can't disrespect our local boys. They are very good guys.
I'm not disrespecting.
But you are telling me they can't play World Cup. Who told you that?
No, I'm saying
money be Sila Iliasu bench Samuel Osei, and you at that time you never accepted it.
Who told you?
Oh, mechanical Tama over Sila Iliasu will bench Samuel Osei. You were afraid. Missing Oslo time who said yes, coach and a bench was for Amachila Iliasu Bono. Oslo by Iliasu prove something good. And boy, left back Habib,
yeah.
No can face her.
Yeah.
That boy, with all this foreign left back and here, Habib was able to take it over.
Yeah.
And no local league now. So it is talent. Talent. Let's Ghana with talent. Look at the talent room. Give them that exposure. Give them that vim. Confident. Why is it that you have friendly matches, Blasters? You have certain matches, Blasters, and you can allow the local boys to play and a china no asama the chance the next day no asama the chance, but they don't do that. They only take them there without even a chance. But foreign base player now on yadia no obetima man bear chances bear 10 to play Blasters matches at what so allow the local talent so that chance and then a bit develop it. You can tell me sir I should write off all local boys. Local league I have not finished. I want to add up the boys. They are local boys. Oh no, I'm not finished. They are good local boys who can play this Blasters. What are you telling me? So foreign boys Adai
Songo
we mo obi na wa broche oni mbobo obi na wa broche oni mbobo
ya dase
bobe komu nim se wo mo wa broche ni mbobo no ba Kabadistan Blasters baby e wo no by you
Songo medase
me ne dia ko ye dia nsa ko to abro dia
ya pento kwa boni ya ko kan to kwa boni pa Songo no I think you've done well. I mean but if Obia would doubt about local players. Yeah. I think you've given a good case for them. Yeah, that's it. Yes. I'll check out on the Mediema, but this Mediema left Ghana make a work.
Oh, you good, yeah.
Only Bob, Papa.
Obi Ebiani.
No, do the Bob. That's I don't make her from day one.
This Hilbert Jewu.
Yeah, Kotoko guy, you're more short, no.
Hilbert
Jewu. Yeah, he's also
that boy needs a coach just to tell him what to do. Antonia Manu started and also Okutasa could be menumula also meaning I know we hear good coach just to push you. You need the coach to push you. You are not
Manchester.
But you coach you see the thing and Ebiani courage say you are good. Debbie Akari catch and say you are good, you are best, you are that, push forward. And you understand you need a good coach. That's one thing too.
All right.
No pa. Kotoko striker better amu akrano. Mo bua wo mu nyina nko. By this time striking position won kenko. Wako fa boy bi otete toys urefi. Friendly match no obi.
Yes.
Boy ya no otete toy striker.
Striker no.
Otete toy.
E bon dey say onya bad.
Oh otete toy no. Aha. And so nka wo ma ono no chance no asa ma kotoko abeta amu ano so chance no so gino no so akotete atoni are. Sa na ye no. What are you telling me? When you are not managing players, certain people that you won't get influence in, you don't want to allow them.
Very well.
Oh, we don't do that.
But man, Kobe menu ndi onimbobo. Okaso onimbobo. We say will be the current Ghana Football Association Technical Director, Professor Minta. Na Prof Minta no technical director. Na nye broni bi no. Omapam no. Okay, stated after the unveiling of the new code that the standard of our local league is not high enough to give local players a realistic chance of earning a place in the Black Stars. And I think it's a bitter truth. We have to.
Hey, do you know Professor Minta? You are
technical director.
Technical director of Ghana. Technical director of Ghana football. Professor Mintano
okay.
At the end, local boys can do it. Local talent can do it. In the past, local talent, so they can do it.
Okay.
If local talent can do it, why are you telling me? And I will catch a Ghana for say last one. I don't know who catch a Ghana for say the house goalkeeper no hey best than a TZG and Co. Is he a foreign talent? But he is now keeping the post. On the batwa qualify and so meboa and one and never on a shot on my quad on Asempa. On my local talent in ya. When we say local goalkeeper here, one never on a shot man a table.
I'm on the phone.
I never boy. Local league man.
Local players.
I don't know who say local goalkeeper. Who so my papa on local league. And
I'm not calling on the
and I'm see there be no one one never on a shot. And you look out for ya. So there is no intelligent local player or ball. So goalkeeper no shot man here. And you offer goalkeeper. I'm asking you this question. Charlie, let's not fool ourselves. Honestly speaking,
a critical look at
the local league.
Fundamental. The fact that Ghana has said, Omuntia says, proper way of running football. No more say,
yes.
Okay. They should understand it.
Okay.
Senior other countries in the woman proper way they want us to be. They should do it.
Salim guy no American League na MLS no. Ehokra went to me and
anything is possible. Obi catch any pan say coach na mebo catch any pan MLS
na for cancer
obi betimi akọ and America enye babo won so akọ pie wo kipia na fa eti catch any say coach no de the World Cup no washe 19 goals wa conceding 19 goals catch no coach no World Cup World Cup why they we winning 4 we draw 4 catch no we lose 8 coach now we friend say we experience and pay why
that's no fire that's is that what be time man
abri na wagine hu hia pa
no hu hia nkomo ya di hu hia pa why are me kwa na me
muya me mabi
wo gukotoko wi akọ wo gukotoko wi akọ
me ya ba se di nkomo bi wan sana World Cup
wo gukotoko wagu kotokoko minya vina
yamobo nsem na aka
we dey be obi minister etrasi di minister na etia wa say da nyame asa Newmans ana onyame de ache em say me batch na rather because sa conversation na very
Bank of Ghana
dear to the heart of Ghanaians media kakra bi a meka and say So udi 15 hours for Accra Kumasi Road. We have to be serious. 15 hours Accra Kumasi Road. We have to be serious.
15 hours.
Yeah. 11 hours, 15 hours. We have to be serious. Number 2, your major health facility.
Okay, so we have to be serious. I mean, say,
of course.
Because Obi Sunday me the first budget statement for Honorable Atofo. That was the 2025 budget.
So budget statement. We can go as far back as Baru Education.
We put it on my breakdown on overpass. So they are almost more baby edudu.
Indeed, we no 15-11 hours on Accra Kumasi. It's a shame to all of us. It's 1 year a man yourself your mind for no more taking hard positions on matters of this sort.
We should take it way. We are the expressway can also be done.
It's because of a brain. I'll do that rush and then I'm not mentioning it. Number 2, your hospital facilities no. Mestre. Yenhena yeninkohuyi. Nipa ye adwuma ho ene tebia ewomu na nkasa. For instance, weekend minya adaje ko 37 Rich and then Kolebu. Ukudu Kolebu na notebook dawo kakraka sei na esi obi free mu a ni atro ni di notebook obi free mu no ni atro ni di notebook na tetia pansam basa Kolebu ukwa na esi obi o free mu no na atro ni na ko accident wo na ko hwe no bed a moje tu obi obetima ye nua ye de share offers ye papa ye maami omo de da form sa, you know. And then that issue of any payable in Srahwe no omo de da car park form sa no. Yes, let's relook at it. Mo ye ni 37 omo mu ade dodo na nurse for omo mu hwe omo kasa I took time omo mu hwe dodo na to reach there bibie break down or reach it will me anje bre na Kolebu kwa na make away no. Now this facility, this Saturday and Sunday, that's what I did. Mr. Bebri. Now, essence will be this uncommon. Mestre. The NDC has never been and will never be spokesperson for the Bank of Ghana. The Bank of Ghana should be worried that they've allowed politics to be a part of the daily exercise of Moye. So now no da. They were kojo upon Kromamo the Cabe Sway through Bank of Ghana. Edin Chima who do in Abba and Antiase as Ghana this year. And they is it a profit-making institution or a loss-making institution? It is nice at Chaskilina, ya boy and besine. Emphasis on so papa biambre or Maya the only response to and Yoma ye di hun common ateni. That's where we are now. It is now news fala. There's something like the kind.
Yes.
That repressiveness under this administration, something different altogether. We should be worried. So, person Kasama, and why do you show a better should be going to Fansana?
From the self-censorship.
Why do you do that? What did you Mestre, and if the likes of something like the Mu HSA, this uncle, based on your moon, your mocking kind, and since when? And after the old bachelor, what you said will be chair and maybe a criminal and no abe a taboo. None the crack said the energy minister and Swakano. Say, your 2 and a money be, you will pay you a work in progress. Mama, you know, I answer, Mestre of Penino, and also the commentaries in Bohonma, you know, you know, Prophet Drew, yeah, Mestre, Kufio Drew, a messenger say, sometimes meaning, Untimika say exuberance, but sometimes on your measured. Oh, there be the community to teach you for can you so what I say and said the OCD community in Honma and then a man ya home tina session kakra. So what was your for? I mean, who answer a few moments later into a Mokofa video be. I don't know Kasa in 2024. Well, Obi or criticizing whether a few moments later or not. Misena Umpu, they form a bunch of revered people in society. Today be dano. Even if you are criticizing them, you are measured, but you can always plead with them. Sure. Say a show musudi and komo. Tinano dano. Asem krona I see no. say na Kwabena Santi kai.
Yes.
E de na ene de Kwabena Santi pe say osesa asem no e kwa asefofo. It when I hear some of these CSOs revered ones be omo put up a defense for a loss.
Yes.
Na e kan ye ode ye ne de enye.
E we de omo say.
Na wo timi de ade 353 about 23. E no process na fair mu no. E no de na e kan no ehun hia. But you want to justify at this point to say a kind of mema bonnet there. It's say Mesumba 2 at this point I'm they call 3.2 or whatever and plus other matters and they're okay. Bank of Ghana should be worried because Obi me ko him dieno. For the first time in Krata Emeto Abontino. Dom Kessie Timi Kunya Eya ho press conference. Is it authentic?
That's problematic.
Is it authentic? Is it an NDC Bank of Ghana or an MPP Bank of Ghana? And the man here extremely dangerous. They say the current governor interview or grantee joy on this basis of losses during the MPP time.
Yeah.
We now have to sit down as a country and look at Sana Montua Yetututua and Shada Emma Sana Manintimini. Yes, what we know, we will put it across. But you say, say,
no, we're brutal. We're brutal.
Make me a subject to sue to be a lawyer penua. So what will be a brutal interpretation is sometimes a verbal abuse and as a defamation. And they are not
Governor Santini attending Ekosiisen swing. Ma yentie we emra ba honorable Kojo Pon Kromatna say Yaneno Bedi and Komoya ranking member on the Economy and Development Committee in Ghana's Parliament. Enra on the address a press conference on behalf of the minority caucus in Parliament. The audited report of Bank of Ghana Monioma Akoso in the year 2025 ehun komaba beye doso ewo kroma nti yentie we are getting into the real issue. Stay with us.
Achedie kesie o Electroland Ghana Limited die ye mamo achedie kesie for our loyal customers o because your loyalty deserves more ye mamo achedie kesie pa big rewards for you and me from Accra to Tamale all over Ghana. Electroland die #1. Just buy your favorite Samsung, 2CL, Media and Nasco Electronics from any Electroland showroom or authorized reseller store nationwide. Dial *928*8888# or go to register.electrolandraffles.com and enter our weekly and monthly draws and stand a chance to win big. From TVs, ACs, fridges, gas cookers, washing machines, sound towers, mobile phones, and more rewards just for you. Approved by MLA Caritas Platform. Electroland Ghana Limited. Rewarding your loyalty the big way. Terms and conditions apply.
You need a trusted friend on whom you can depend when things come crashing down. You need a trusted friend on whom you can depend when things come crashing down. Your trustworthy friend. Your trustworthy friend.
Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner.
Na ede na ya obeya oda former son ye funu emunumuni.
Oh Mr. Entry also ya reya titi be benfie pi na so ne yemu nyono da se me show no ahodo amato a me hunu hwea ebe ya nwanwa
Minyi ni se what also tamfo hexa capsules any hexa mixture yanum bom kutia also no bia ma no anom anka ne ho to no dadaada also dro de eno any hexa capsules any hexa mixture
ankom ni nchiremu
also ye kura eto ye funu ene ensunumu etuma wo ye funu ekeka wa wo je ho a enye also etumi ema wo ye cheko ebra wadidi awie somehow eye also there compare hexa capsules any hexa mixture nanum bom na ho ebeto
Predudu etua ko okanshi drug lane Kumasi Dani Herbal Takradi AA Mensa Anafre 02038228855 Approve for about time wama won mo friend for any mo fra woni mfie dumienu enka ho Haxa capsules any ne mixture
all satan for FDA age edwadie
Syntax Tango Syntax hands off very strong if you want quality this be where you belong Syntax
Hey, it's a face strong. Oh, gonna shout and sing the song. When the sun they hot, syntax no break. When the rain they fall, still no shake. Builders they choose and plumbers they prove. Any project you they start.
Hello, Medin the Wakadri. I may was not some for what you decide.
My hi, your friend me Pamela. Mr. Mami mobile app details na yen fan town to me bio.
And I'm a Crawford was to say me free.
Hello, customer experience. You're blocking my account, Mr. Mami pin number and I'm blocking.
They've been on their hope pray to me feed you.
Mr. Click a link what text message I send one no say Sierra. Na ya upgrade one ko yen ATM services for front so.
Na wona manage one ho pa ne wona wa click can ne ansa na omo dwene ho. Come no cray, like play. Won't crow bit me out of science and feed you. But who buy? Kai say Ecobank ain't free and I ain't sendable email and I message in Miss our PIN, OTP, bank card, and I Ghana card was Semda. Ma winning now, Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Sasso, every mosquito study run away. Sasso, it's a woman tonton preko. Sasso, come tonton preko. Nani sham ne die demo stronko.
This advert is FDA approved.
Africa green tea,
Deep pepper preko. Deep purple. Inti sa wo to mackerel aye woduane a. Na what Africa queen mackerel. Na we chawe no keke. No pokwa.
Na last year massive. I feel DJI. Asempa from UCF Sunday. 30th May. See Havana Bayer Day. Tema Bayer Day. Wine and edge a feel UEFA Champions League. Get ready. Asempa from UCF Sunday. Yes, a match no Giants Christian. Na ye boss what ola. Eti market date no calendar so. 30th May. Ye shout Havana. Asempa from UCF Sunday. Powered by Adum FM. Only Adum TV. Mekuesu yasene. Nasco. Bring home happiness. Soccer bet. Your best bet for sports betting. The digital if you did Kiss condom. Start with Kiss condoms and go smooth with Kiss strawberry gel. See Havana Park and Restaurant. Great tradition, great entertainment. DSTV. Feel every moment.
Asempa FM. Wasafa. Isisi saba. Avula mo. Angelini ko. Kalise. Wamaya kana. Wasafa. Kalise sina. Wasafa. Isisi saba. Alamula. Angelini ko. Kalise. Wamaya wamodo.
Asempa FM so ne yɛde mu nyina asese matwen yɛn ama yakɔ asan so ababio mede di Osei Bonsu Ekosiisen so na wasugu so a otie yɛde mu nyina ase ema mu nyina akwaba just gone by yɛde mehia sem segment no ɛna ebremo. It was proudly sponsored by Ecobank Ghana, a better way, a better Africa. Omo eboa yɛn ne yɛde mehia sem segment no ebremo na enye wonkwa hapsa capsules and haxa mixture enso eboyen ena Africa Queen Mackerel. Ecobank mobile app no is probably the best thing to happen to you this year. So your Ecobank customer nkwade, if your money is controlling you, It's time to take charge of your money. The EcoBank mobile app gives you the power to command your money to transact business across 33 African countries and anywhere in the world as well. And command your money to make water, electricity and school fees payment, bank and mobile money transfers, create virtual cards to buy only what you need and more. And the EcoBank mobile app no phone so your money commander. You are in charge of your money. It download the app now on the App Store, the Google Play Store, and command your money. Command also means paying attention to detail. In the EcoBank, and you have fraud, and that's why send you a message. Say, omuhia o pin, omuhia o OTP, omuhia o bank card number, omuhia o Ghana card details. Dabi. In the EcoBank say, if you are in doubt, call the EcoBank call center on 0800 003225. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. Haxa mixer and a Haxa capsules and so ye drew one waswa Ghana for Aje Atum ene se H pylori mwani binya kwan erew ni peduemwa de deba ulcer na unya ulcer ni bia de odi behu ni ubunso ho na wo bo ehye heart burns ubenya bloated stomach into di kakrabu wo wafu ashe nausea wo obo efno oye adwuma kakra na wa bre unya acid reflux and more and unya hu sa symptoms we am shewko na kokko test say ye hu se moa ni bia ba uni pedua mu a na wo se ulcer enam kwan so ntia wo se wo pe ano edro Haxa mixture and Haxa capsules ena uhia baby aton no Ghana ha bia obenya bi atonom ebom ye friend ulcer atamfo ulcer tamfo eye adwuma papa o on cry ha o kaishi drug lane repass ventures and atinatet obenya biato Kumasi nso PFA Colinac and more kai se Haxa mixture ne Haxa capsules no se o your painful a wuntimi ennom bi wa wo foforo wo ma wo be no fo wuntimi ennom bi ena se wo ya akola under 12 years nso a wuntimi ennom bi wo pedudu to 0240238310 Haxa mixture and Haxa capsules also tamfo obapa product ne wa hodo miensa enti se wo kodwomu ana wahwe Africa Queen Mackerel, Oba Papa Sardine, ena Oba Pa Tomato Paste. Miensa unyebia ufie enijeni because emeduane eye de ankasa menka enada opedudu etua 0302 668357 we no ni nyina ye tin no hia 10 kata na sekan na ode bie easy to open and the bomodin sa obepe biato na emwa ostronko Obapa tomato paste, Africa Queen Mackerel, and Oba Papa Sardine. Ye bo wundi ano waje so wara obe check. Me pacho say malaria nso ena hawa edru a wuhia Ghana for agia to me tabia herbal mixture. Upedru nso awe be me edru be mu wagina wonan so the bonifren male vitality. Uhia tabia takum eno no alcohol bi eni ye de honey ena aye 100% organic. Ena ope immune booster edru eboa ema wugina wo ho so na yare bia ntimi mo rough no tabia zone care ena wo ye obi a wo yam etim unya tabia herbal capsules eno nso boa papa fretabia wo 0243 686861 na one won into me Enkasa. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. Check with your time. We've done 39 minutes after 3. The Honorable Kojo Opon in Kroma Abekansa Ewo Studio ha. Oye MP for Fuase Ayerebi and was a ranking member on the Economy and Development Committee in Ghana's Parliament. Where say Obi last 3 days was my former student's birthday. Her name is Nana Ama Franca. She's a presenter at Oyerepa TV in Kumasi. Wish her a belated happy birthday. Nana Ama Franca or Oyerepa TV. Ewo Kumasi, belated happy birthday to you. This is from Dan Hagan in the University of Cape Coast. This one says, a happy birthday to Charles Kweku Enchibuahin, CEO of Cap Farm Ghana Limited. May God richly bless you and continue to grant you success in all you do. Have a great year ahead. Samuel Brian Boabin anyway, about Charles Kwekwenchu Boahin, we CEO Capfarm Ghana Limited. It's your birthday today. Happy birthday to you. We wish you very, very, very well. We say Obi, I spent 9 hours from Accra to Obomin last Friday. Wow. Fifi Boafo, formerly of Cocoa Board. Fifi, mijinse bibia ekoye edase papa mamima honorable kojo pon kroma kwaba honorable kwaba na pom te sen
nyame adum na pacho so
adum ekoye die
onyame adum kakrakra
constituency eboko
in fact me fi constituency na be
oh okay eno me ho atwork ni na usia asofo bi
I may war annual MP's prayer conference with the clergy.
Okay.
In Tiafibia, any clergy war constituency in Munina Asia, your bompire for the whole district.
Okay.
Nafi Numa, you know, say the clergy are, may I say, and I say our partners in governance.
Yeah.
Inti Juma Yewa district Munina or morning and Anoma him for this year now you focus here on youth ministry. How to improve youth ministry. Into Apostle Dr. Ebenezer Hagan. I'm so on head
youth director
ministry, the whole Church of Pentecost.
Sure.
Tiene nyamia domo besrai or Fonse be constituency. Only the your thought leadership session, you know, Oboa Sofoni now on how I'm to improve youth ministry. Into me free wana maybe constituency boko.
That's a constituency youthful population was so.
Oh yeah, the youth are the majority. Into yeni why perceive to me here whether it's education or Juma or whatever no so now spiritual upliftment no so no and but last week Monday and Monday because Mondays me had my office
in the constituency.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The last week Monday so I hand over
school block.
The school that is school number 9.
Oh, okay.
In the last 9 years.
Okay.
And every year be
and we're fully funded by the MP. Office of the MP.
You raise money from various sources into Office of MP and LED and mobilize it.
Okay.
And to me we school number 9. We have 2 more under construction. Bako Ejobwe, Bako Achekrum, and no Yamia Dome to me boss where we fina me try plastering, wiring, and and if made furniture. That will bring us to 11 schools in the last 9 years.
And where communities will school.
Schools need be under trees be and tabo dining there. So 2017 we started an exercise to build new schools.
Okay.
Tianona nyamia do minime minia Paula Samoa.
Former DC, you know.
Former DC. Yetumia say 9. Tianona last week Monday and Nedia Yekoye the annual prayer conference with the clergy, you know. It's a constituency boko.
Very well. Before so be call an open enra press conference from Parliament. Now, I don't know, sir, as we speak, the official report on Bank of Ghana when you made DNA at the 2025. When your official report ni be?
The Amiminya and Minyafi, the website of the Bank of Ghana, a few minutes after midnight on Thursday. Okay. But the 2 hona and debate to us no saying you free website. Yeah, me name so much sign there to be one. But what I have here in the me film website. Thursday, a few minutes after midnight. That is early Friday morning. And I may print it we say from on website. But later me who said they took it down. Meaning whether they've brought it back up.
Okay. But because year free hono. As we speak, your name so much uploaded.
I don't know.
Yeah, but my year free honor, would you want to go with the watching?
Absolutely, because we has the imprimatur of the auditors on it. The auditors KPMG have audited. On my opinion, on my sign, make me a copy. Page 10.
Yes.
Into the chairman, Governor Siaman Ankasa sign it. The signature near.
Yeah.
One other director signature near. As an auditors and also KPMG almost sign it until the certified accounts of the central bank. Meaning why almost sign and I say why almost saying you fee websites and also Friday how much and I don't know if they've put it back. That's fine. But some they've started speaking to it. Mihu Bernardo Tabel on the probe on Sunday.
Yes.
So they are not denying that this is the
report.
The official report. Yeah.
But for you as a parliamentarian, no, the Bank of Ghana report be say ready. Process being they go through to reach the public.
And only the first problem. It's once I echo into it in my minchia with T4 the washer phone, you know.
Yes.
Okay, Bank of Ghana Act 612 now, Section 58, and a check Bank of Ghana or my account. In fact, there are sections before Section 58, and you can't trace any also my county for more activities.
Yes.
Then over Section 58 or Chero say a finicon we and so more county we are first within 3 months of the following year. Now also more the accounts, audited accounts with the opinion of the auditors. Any signatures in Ekoma Finance Minister.
Yes.
Say Finance Minister answer can within 1 month of receipt. Also no Finance Minister or making a comment was so not obey lay or Parliament. Into Section 58 subsections 1 and 2.
Yes.
It spells out the legal process by which Bank of Ghana account first your computer account and second your account about to the public domain. Now for the last 70 years of Ghana's history, in fact, even before Act 612 the previous acts now Act 612 be replaced here.
Yes.
The model has always been say it goes through this process. For the first time is what happened on Thursday where Omuri accounts Omanfa accounts now go through this process.
Where I was a finance minister,
yes.
Not finance minister, then the opinion so.
Yes.
Not the Bremo Parliament.
Yes. Omanyanisa. On the account no command a political party known as the National Democratic Congress.
How do you know?
Neighbor. Then the National Democratic Congress as a political party came into the precincts of Parliament. By an NDC communicators, any party for any be, plus MPs, number J microphone, any podium say Omunafi Omobe announce the official report of the central bank's operations for 2025 at the Republic of Ghana.
At the time now Omun upload on my website.
No. In fact, enumrena preliminary response.
Yes.
As someone catching say later in the evening it will be posted on the website of the central bank. Amba copy just before midnight. And I make us say me download the media print here. But right after midnight, early into Friday morning,
it was pulled down.
Yes, it was pulled down. And I make us say me name whether they have republished it since there. So a copy of the video or the photo of the press conference now.
The Isa address,
Fatu nka ubetumi dia to screen so obehu NDC communicators. So say Obi Bekacho said the majority side of parliament and the majority side of parliament is made up of MPs.
Yes.
Good, but we obehu NDC communicators.
Bengazo was her way, okay.
More moving to screen.
Yes, or the atmosphere to
obehu NDC communicators. Yes. So that is not the majority side of parliament. That's the NDC party, including its communicators, in the precincts of Parliament, purporting to announce the official accounts of the central bank. Where do you hear this?
This is the video.
Okay.
This Ayariga.
No. Wait. That's not Ayariga.
No,
that's Suhini.
Oh, Suhini.
Not the MP. Ninia now or a communicator. Lawyer. No.
Yeah.
Is he an MP?
No. No, he is not an MP.
This is not the majority side of parliament.
But wait, a man way MP.
Why?
Wait, they are Kazan.
Way MP. Okay. There are others in the short at the back there in Kaunya, a wider short. There are members of
the about yourself here.
Honestly, MP. Okay. But there are others in the short at the back there who are not MPs, part of the NDC communication team, including Suhini Ojinawe.
Yes, Suhini.
Yes.
Sure.
So the first thing is that they gave their accounts to the NDC political party to come into parliament and come and announce. I been see that in the history of Ghana. Nenona and no, I started of saying Governor Nukoko say they are beginning to politicize the central bank. There's a reason for which the central bank has what we call operational independence, because you need credibility. That independence is what brings the credibility. Say momo kamwa semwa. You can even disagree with the government. Moka semwa e also be to me jimudi. The government, the opposition, in particular the markets, the capital markets, the international investors, the central bank in the Kasa, they have to be able to take it with an element of sacrosanct. The moment you begin to politicize it, you undermine its independence, you undermine its credibility. You can't catch a governor and say, Sebi Bank of Ghana and your political party. board in your majority caucus. And into Namrano spell out how our accounting and how I am presenting accounts. The moment you get into this thing, say Bank of Ghana we need juma. No, the accounts now come up political party now. If you political party na Abidjan Parliament and I announce you politicize everything.
But Osei's our press conference now. Did they purport to be reading from an official account?
Nothing tells us that they were not, because they were quoting figures and phrases and things that they claimed were from their account.
From the account?
Yes. They were the first people who mentioned 15.6 billion. Before then, had you heard it before?
No.
But
say a figure be and they run
from where? The process is that you send it to the finance minister. He puts his comments on it. He doesn't lay it before the NDC party.
Or the parliament.
He has to come and lay it before parliament. That is what the law says in section 58. So, they are setting a precedent that will lead to the politicization of the bank. Or to MPP ba power, unyi say a hawk in our party will say hey, na account mo we mo de to parliament, mo kwa na morning book, mo fan bra na yesu yenhwem, na yesu yenhu say na betumi massage ade na yenhu say na betumi aka no. Are we helping the bank's independence and credibility, or are we destroying it? Governor Siama Oyobi and me with a lot of respect for him. I've commended him several times. Zach, first deputy,
yes,
consummate professional. Matilda Santes Yedumiame, former boss. Have a lot of respect for her. But I say to them with a lot of respect, say they should not allow the NDC party to dictate to them how to comply with the Bank of Ghana Act. I know they are under a lot of pressure, but they are professionals. So said, no, we can't do this. This thing they've done, it should never be repeated.
In a way, no, how can that mischief be cured now? Cecilia?
I don't know if somebody wants to take them on legally or something. I know a different matter, but the finance minister will have to make his comments on the accounts and properly come and lay it before parliament, and then Mr. Speaker will refer it to the appropriate committee to go into it and to come back with it. In fact, there's been an instance in which Mr. Speaker has admonished, say, Sadia no more, we are no more Russia could publish on their website. You know, it's not the appropriate process. Parliament now more now they are parliament. It is our precedent. We say it should never happen again.
Okay.
We on the MPP side are not minded to copy this thing, wrong, but they on the NDC side, they should never repeat it again. It is such a blatant illegality which amounts to politicizing the Central Bank of the Republic, and it's a road down to the abyss. It should never happen again.
In the Anone first issue, Murezi said it was the first red flag. Murezi.
Yeah.
Number 2. With this report, because I mean the conversation and I said the narrative around it, and it's there is some kind of subtle admissions, loss course, but there are results to show for the loss. Into really, I didn't know was a Ghana for you worried.
Loss near.
What officially I have not seen the report, but at least I may can't hear a tape from press conference now. 15 billion.
Good. So you see, what you are doing is that you are repeating the NDC political party narrative. Say, loss Akoso, 15 billion.
Yes.
But there's some good to show for it. And in fact, it's not just you. Ome recruiting a lot of, I'm not saying they have recruited you. Ome recruiting a lot of people. You know, some pretending some are neutral, some pretending some are analysts near there to be repeating the same line. In fact, when they made the content creators, it wasn't about no problem. We'll be a crampon charge home with that one. But they feel the need to explain. The reason for which 15 billion, Ibimoke 15 billion is because that is a propaganda they want to put out. But the truth, and that's why we did the press conference and draw, was that when you download the accounts and you go into it, the loss is nothing less than 35 billion Ghana cedis. And so at 35, ni betumi achiro the entire you use the expression nothing less than 35. Ushe mankasa loss near 44 billion Ghana cedis.
And no saying I've gotten if it will be a forward the soft copy now, Mrs. I don't know, sir. We're 136 pages.
136 pages. That is the one we downloaded from the Bank of Ghana website.
Okay.
So it will be called down. Say it will be withdrawn. Now, so the full account. We have the first one, so we can always come back to it. Now, let me take you to page 5.
Page 5
of the accounts.
Okay.
So permit me on my hard copy. What I say.
Yes.
Page 5.
Okay.
I want to be who their friend headline loss. Until I say, Bonsu mesti headline loss no was here. Eno ya he.
Into headline loss.
First of all, there's the bank and then there's the group. Yes. So when said the bank is made up of the bank and some subsidiaries.
Sure,
okay.
Sure.
Into group on the side, the headline loss ne ya he.
And that is from this side, right? Okay. In the group side, no. Headline loss for 2025 15.287.911 billion.
Afikwasi, read the next line.
The next line transfer to general reserve fund. Transfer to general reserve fund. And also 2025 14.982.578 billion. Leaving a balance to be carried forward on retained earnings of 647.544 million for 2025.
Okay. Afi, so ukra soft copy now. Let me take you to page page 16 of the central bank.
Okay. Page 16.
My highlight it. Top line, first line.
Okay.
And the headline.
Yeah, loss. Headline loss. Loss for the year.
Good.
2025. 15.300.513 billion Ghana cedis.
And for is it the bank or the group?
For the group.
Okay.
And for the bank, no. And also 15.630.122 billion.
Nti enona NDC for the year propaganda say that is the loss. But that same page 16
yes.
We say my highlighted two other figures.
And there were other comprehensive income for the year net of tax.
Good, because on my accounts, you were operating account which shows the normal Ejuma Bank of Ghana. Any award the other comprehensive income account, other Nema Omoya any part of Omo core activities. Into what has happened, they say Omo core Ejuma Nkasa Omo Yeno.
Yes.
Omo Boka 15.6 billion Ghana cedis. What they are hiding from you, they say, Uko sa page 16 we say so the other comprehensive income, no. Ehonomu make loss. But loss no honey ahe.
And also loss no for the group.
Yeah.
For the group here, 19.888.779 billion Ghana cedis. That's for the group. For the bank, 19.322.253 billion Ghana cedis.
And this also who the actual loss of the central banker. For the bank, 15.6 plus 19.3. And we pay 34.9 billion Ghana cedis. But on say because omoye propaganda, omama bank impenny for nankasa mambe kano krenintino. One here ya unko kankre. They are what any press conference NDC party na beye say ombo ka 15 billion. But the 19 na bete other comprehensive income nimu. To 15 plus 19, and I make actually say nothing less than 34.9 billion cedis. That's the loss. Why is there a difference in this figure? Because they are doing politics with it. Senkamuma Bank of Ghana nankasa tonibo echo through the process ebe presente ya. I am not sure said the governor will come and say 15.6. He will say 34.9. But because of more politicizing, no more person to go for anything, and I'm number point say 15.6. We'll come into the details. Now, say 34.9 we ankasan obi asem page 7.
Okay, in the page 7,
good. That is the beginning of the accounts.
Yes, report of the directors to the Minister for Finance.
Good. Ehona omuchro ejuman kasa Ghana Constitution, any Bank of Ghana Act as amended, which is primarily to maintain price stability. Now you susu dia bia e measure hwese nti Bank of Ghana no ejuma e dia hye ne nsa no ni sika esono so mfanya na ni nsuo esono adware ana economics mun yefra no policy solvency. Policy mandate na ye dia ma no, are you solvent enough to fulfill it, i.e. ubetumi aye wa bra wankasa wo generate wo revenues na wo de emiti ana say just a bank na nkasa no aban ebrani sika foforo na okobo besia na oprenti sika foforo ansa na wetumi dia ye. It's a very critical test because central bank no a lender of last resort no. So a policy insolvent then it just asmaba. In this Obekaya 2022 Abra Bank of Ghana making loss for the first time. Madam for power to forcing. Or say the Bank of Ghana is near policy insolvency. Na
that's 60 billion loss.
Yes. Na net equity nako negative and unti governor na yam in 21 days. Na Bank of Ghana na be crime scene. So Obekaya. Okay, yes. That is because this policy solvency question is a very critical test. Now, policy solvency in your calculation idea. Uber calculate all the revenues was a bank ninya from normal activities. Now, what the cost of policy mandate implementation? Policy mandate no, maintaining price stability. You bet me I can simple language say kutia inflation.
Yes.
Into the cost of fighting inflation. Ube TFE all revenues. Into table ne wohono.
Yes.
Where a Bank of Ghana for accounts.
Yes.
Table ne wohono.
Yes.
Ube line by line. Oma listed revenues ni na. Pacho so beti me abu boss watch weti for
policy solvency estimation the bank. First line here, interest income calculated using the effective interest method. Second line,
and yes, a bank
yes.
For example, overnight lending to commercial banks and other on lending that the central bank would do.
Yes.
Interest income free. No.
Okay. Net income from other financial instrument at FVPL.
And put all the tankers aside.
Yes.
But Nina near my bank no as part of a normal ejuma omoya in faso anasika omunya
in the fees and commission income,
yes.
Other operating income, net gain from the sale of refined gold.
Pause. I want a problem no one.
A net gain, no?
Yes, from the sale of refined
gold.
And when come ejuma ho. Inti unza account ni crown no, you 2025 no 2024.
Yes.
Correct 2024 ho.
2024 under our net gain zero, nothing.
Zero.
Yeah.
Because 2024 the Bank of Ghana didn't need to sell gold to raise money. And come ejuma, when come tradition asset sale and come ejuma. If you read the other revenue items,
income from operations.
Okay.
Cost of open market operations.
Ube do income from operations now. Let's say total income in 22 billion.
22.231.377.
Inti no na ubete cost of policy mandate
yes.
implementation,
yes.
open market operations,
yes.
EFRIM. Open market operation cost is
16.737 billion.
2022 ni mo ebeka 5.5. And no more case o chese o policy solvent. Problem ni ho. But me try say no correct.
Adentia.
Because in the 22 no, omo de 9.6 bia be hwa from the sale
of refined gold.
Thank you. I part of omajuma. Yemfen kan policy solvency calculation. Mami ntro to say Asempa FM. Edena moton.
Yeton airtime.
Good. Inti yese moton airtime. Na mun raise revenue e bia fa ne se be 1 million cedis. Na mun tuetua mo ho ka nyina. Afi enimu no eniema amoye ne ade nyina. E ka na aba beda ha se ana se expenditure amoye no. Mo expenditure 1.2 million. Nti mo target 1 million no krampo no mum miti.
Yes.
Ayeba adwuma no pa obi mo asesa computer ni other assets wo company ha say na aton no be 300,000. Nti say mo revenue ya 1.3. Nti mo tifi mo cost 1.2 no ma say profit.
Yes.
But the problem is that more assets in accounting, more assets are more is not part of your stock in trade, and you're part of more normal activities. And no more dia ba be kan ho a Senkoman ton since say utisa gold asset no maton ne free mo.
Yes.
The actual revenue from income from operations about 12 billion.
Yeah, 12 billion.
The 12 billion what is 16 more ma boka 4 billion. They are policy insolvent. The only reason for which they are claiming policy solvency is because Omaton gold 9.6 billion at their Josino.
But a honor na the rebuttal has been said. Sa gold no Bank of Ghana at Shell say as part of our portfolio management and ko here say e was say omo eton because as a central bank no there is a percentage of omo revenues be also mutimi ekipi in some of those assets. Omufisa na akosrododo. In they had to diversify and sell. In to them a part of our normal operations. How do you respond to eno?
Me na now tete me. Oye fantini.
Yes.
Ufi abra sebu kwa mankese.
Yes.
Me mama ye fantini.
Sure.
Me na chere me fanti bi osi iyo no ye ehruda hurada.
Ehruda hurada sem.
Fanti mo osi iyo no ye ehruda hurada. Smokes and mirrors.
Really?
I'm telling you. I'll come there.
Okay.
But I'm saying to you, say we saw gold sale nifima.
Yes.
They are policy insolvent. Now let me take you back. Me pesa o kai 2025 nkomo bi a me no di wo dem.
Edi wo dem ha sure.
Me no di nkomo me ensa. 3 interviews.
Yes.
One was on the losses that were being made on the gold purchase
program. Yeah.
2 was about the sterilization as a tool for mopping up excessive liquidity in the economy.
Okay.
And 3 was about the unexplained sale of 50% of our gold reserves. Obekaya, getting to the end of the year, after September, October, almost 50% of your gold reserves.
Yes.
At the time, and nobody could understand why they sold 50% of the gold reserves when there was a policy to actually accumulate more gold. At the time, we are over concentrated in gold. Now, gold near about 40% of your reserves. Into a cash.
Yes.
Then, very quickly, they came back with what they call gun wrap. Say, gold no matter crown. Say, so I'm buy back that gold and more.
Yes.
And who had the pricing now? The price of the new gold they were going to buy was going to be higher than the price of the old gold they had sold because gold prices were rising. So everybody was wondering what informed the policy decision to sell the gold. Sir, explanation said, na yaye over concentrated in gold. No, Fantini because oye huda rada. Hey, Bank of Ghana omu prepare management accounts every quarter. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September.
Yes.
When in September they compiled their management account, we know an authority said that is when they knew they were policy insolvent.
It now so story.
When did they sell the gold?
Last quarter.
November, December, no gold. No. It was after September management accounts by who said they were policy. Page 1 who said they were policy insolvent. Then they quickly decided, said the only way is to introduce a new revenue line. That is to sell the gold. So that story they told us said they sold 50% of the gold to rebalance the portfolio. Now the evidence is here. And there are notes from the auditors that explains it is a one-off sale.
KPMG
I will find the notes for you. Say it is a one-off sale. Before we finish the show, I'll find it for you. It's not a regular idea. They can't be doing it every time. Now next time, what are they going to sell again? First of all, the press conference which politicized it sought to hide the real loss, which is 44 billion.
34.
No, maybe 44 billion.
Okay.
But has been reduced by 9.6 billion because of salary to 35. And 35 no much no 15.6 abeshe headline. No more than 19 akoshe other comprehensive income. Now I'll prove it to you. Go to page 17.
Yeah, in the way consolidated and separate statement of financial position as of 31st December 2025.
Simply put, this is the balance sheet of the Bank of Ghana.
Yes.
Into also accounting equation, no, you say asset is equal to capital plus liabilities. Into who person balance we say we show assets now on one side.
Yes.
No capital and liabilities on the other side.
On the other side.
Okay. I say how my highlight adie bi wo ho ama net equity.
Yes. Yes. I think there is total equity here. Total equity for 2025 for the bank, 96.276.379 billion Ghana cedis.
Back for the group.
For the group, 93.818.395 billion Ghana cedis.
Now, this is for 2020.
2025.
2024, what was the total equity? By the way, this 93 now can a negative 93.
Yeah, negative. Yeah,
it is in brackets.
In brackets.
Good.
Yes.
What it means, what it means, ni say, and ne Oko Bank of Ghana accounts ni more. A J3 I share Bank of Ghana. One J3 na share. Two bank ne deka 93 billion Ghana cedis. This is what it means. As at the end of 2025.
Yes.
Back of 2024.
In the 2024 for the group, no, 58.621.042 billion Ghana cedis, and also here in bracket, it means it's a negative.
This is what it means. As at the time when NDC are buying taking over the Bank of Ghana, now a car bank ne de 58 billion Ghana cedis.
Yes.
After first year of operation, no. Uke can be bia bomwa bank ne balance sheet no e kana peja kodu 93 billion Ghana cedis.
Yes.
So phone no calculator also.
And that's some 30 something billion more.
No, they calculate and kasa chere with for. Me kai bi obeka se politics na me 93 minus 58.
Okay, into 93 818 395 minus 58 621 042.
Yeah.
In the amount 35.197.353 billion Ghana cedis.
35 billion Ghana
yes.
cedis. Me some another assignment. 15.6 loss now Mokano. Plus 19 loss now me match so omo dey akote echiro and also add the money. 15.6 plus 19.3.
Okay. Into 15.6 plus 19.3.
And we are here.
34.9.
Round it off here.
That's 35.
Into material say, Obi catch us a Bank of Ghana car a 15.6 or your trophy.
Okay, it means say 35 billion way no.
Yes.
That is the subtracting 58 billion from 93 billion.
Afi ma menchiro mu. Uko bank ne balance sheet na afi bia say we make you profit so they go kan o equity position.
Yes.
We make you loss abeko akoti afim.
Yes.
We say we make you loss 15. Ada na uko balance sheet no 1 for 15 per can 58 no now dey 35 na account because we make you loss 35. Now we didn't throw we the 19 na kote other comprehensive income. That is what exposes you. So if you don't cast the accounts again and put the two together, you will notice almost 35 billion. Now na make choices says 35 no kra no 9.6 bishimua gold. We free more 44. Nti so obi se on tia say denti na yen ya be press conference say Bank of Ghana ne kanankasa they understating it is because se when ti omo propaganda now I could download the account now calculate here ubo say can 44 billion. I've just demonstrated it to you on air. I've also told you point number 2, and I regret to say this, that the bank is policy insolvent. The only way they covered it up after September was that Omoton Ghana gold that you half. Yetie krasi, se busuan gold cry the jawa, utumiton half the school fees. Ye the akonyo gold jawa, utumiton half say na roof ni leakinti, maton half, ediato roofing sheet. Ebusuan for better was here. The Central Bank of the Republic is telling you, say, or more than half for portfolio
management.
Meanwhile, I don't say more accounting for profit on it. Because omo catch us say, oh, omo ton gold no. Ena omo de sikano mnya no. Ekoto dollar account ni mu. E ba ne say na fi omo accounting for profit on it. Say profit no na ba be kan ho am my policy solvent.
Policy solvent.
Nti enua your press conference here and if I chemu mienu you decide say you fire recommendations ne nka ho. Yes sir, assembly baby breed.
Yes.
Until Wednesday you be another one near the recommendations no abeka o menu Gideon Boakon Dr. Aminanta o me na abeka on Wednesday. No, they were not in town. That's why they were not with me. But first part no one near chemu say menu sa propaganda na mentie. Number 2 ekano 44. Number 3 bank no has now become policy insolvent. They have to sell gold before they retained solvency. Now, a central bank that needs to sell gold before it becomes solvent. They are only living on borrowed time. Was any money ye jai politics no. Na ye jitum said there's a problem. Now ye fix the problem no once and for all. and yes sir they be ameno tena ha ebe ba kwa mibu ni se o ma me ewu na o se wada ebe bo 6 pm obi abekọ na ma me ho akọje aduane so that was the third point that we made. Now you also heard people saying say, and that was your earlier question. So now say omubo kai we na inflation about 3 points. 3.
We are not made stories of some respected voices about finance, economy anyway. I've read one from Joe Jackson, for example, of Dayless Finance. He also makes the same point. Say the cost of stability.
When have you heard Joe Jackson say anything against the NDC government or in favor of the MPP?
Joe Jackson.
Oh, I don't want to go too much into it. He's my friend. I don't want to go too much. When have you heard him? Would they pull one time that he has said something against the government? Once. You won't find one. Every time his opinion is on the side of the NDC and against the MPP. I mean, I don't want to go too much into it. But I want to come into this argument. Say,
yes.
A kana or mabono.
A cost for stability I enjoy.
Obi, and you know correct.
Okay.
Or much room say kana or mabono. A nema mienu ne kofa kana buy. Omsi bako no more fight inflation. Until no one cost is 16.7 billion cedis, and the cost of open market operations.
Open market operations, yeah.
And omsi second, na omo support dollar no. Into cost near 9 billion cedis. First of all, Mikhail said, I interviews me in 2025.
Yes.
The first interview I know here was about market intervention at central bank near here. So per se okipu dollar na 10.
Yes.
And on me breaking them because they were pumping. Now formula no they pumping. You be in a cabe befi. Midway through the year, and was in fact first year kind no, omu deny, president deny, or share bishops who deny, governor Nankasa deny. It was when we kept insisting. Then the IMF looked into it and said, "Charlie, Adena Moye no, it's obvious. A market intervention. No, come say any intervention.
Intermediation.
Thank you. You see, who can be beer? They will deny it. Intermediation. Commercial banks in a central bank. They only intervene when the intermediation is not solving the problem. Say central bank nankasa say intermediation no problem we dey to need info from me dem catch me say woman me ewu na e kana so wada say be bosses
yes
until we kept saying say chale dey amoye na intervention na dey amoye no ebe wie no e dey carry be fe oh aban papa ba mo pompe dollars and to me and save the city no problem at all. At the time na e kasa na e ka kire o say loss are na fi ase ba because of the structure no mo use no. As exposed by the IMF when they went into it, it was about 2.5 billion cedis. That's about $214 million at the time. Okay, May the Bank of Ghana accounts by may the chair one signature and say Dr. Siama one signature and
sure.
And your car say mumma yensi abotre yensi nkonwa ne yenye investigation. Ne yenhwe baby a problem ni feedback so that we can correct it. Me cry me sign the motion LED minority the motion called parliament obekaya. What did the majority do to that motion?
It was thrown out.
They threw away the motion. Say Bibianco Bonnet, they don't want to see anything. They've made up their mind. They don't want to see the facts. Dollar bafom, that's the important thing. And we told them, Sadia Muyan, and they can't beba. Nami, we are mature why a card, everybody should be concerned about it. At the time, I'm catching and saying out, nothing important. In fact, 2 days before Bank of Ghana Bebano, Gold Board by announcement, so more make you profit 900 million. Bank of Ghana by or say, sa transaction now on the Gold Board here, no. On Waboka 9 billion cedis.
Ghana cedis.
But at the time, you raise issue, no, na 2.5. Senka yesi nkonywat na hohwe ye correct ya. Enke nuru 9 billion. But who can be bia? They will deny it. They will insult you. And now I say, me will say, oh, moment, and about actual statement say, yeah, ignorant. No problem. And a kana 2.5 yanshe no. Sisa be 9 billion. Na bakusu will make you profit 900 million. Bakusu will make you loss 9 billion. Netting off na the value of the gold transactions no. Fenotun chain. Before they assumed power, that's our gold purchase program no. I've told you this on authority. Forget this idea.
Since inception.
Forget this idea. 2024 account brew. there was nowhere in that account that it was stated there was a loss. And that governor no call a public accounts committee or mu bisa and say, who said there's a loss? Ye account no show us or say just or bank no there was no loss. They have published accounts under the signature of the governor and the auditors in which there are no losses. Now for politicization and political equation, they want to claim there was a loss in the past.
But you are saying the central bank in response to an RTI request can peddle falsehood?
I believe that it was untrue. Because it is not in the audited accounts. Do you know what audited accounts mean?
Sure.
Do you know the implication when auditors and directors sign an account? Said this is a true and fair view of what has happened. Now what signing accounts in which there are no losses? Now we are politics into one answer RTI letter. I said that letter is of no consequence. Respectfully, it's of no consequence. In comparison with the audited accounts, which you gazette and lay before Parliament. The audited accounts that you gazetted and laid before Parliament didn't speak of any losses. Loss what changes structure no. So now everybody has to go to the gold board. The gold board has to go to another entity. Until by the time at the end you bet like you beton bedu Bank of Ghana no maboka. And on and more admit say maboka 9 billion Ghana but unim 9 billion.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
Unim sika ekoji wo IMF
3 billion. But no dollars. So we're 9 billion we
cedis, yes. Now begin to wrap your mind around it. Begin to wrap your mind around it. 9 billion Ghana cedis. Meanwhile, at the time you started, it was just about 2.5 billion Ghana cedis. And this will be a catcher, so it was the cost of stability. And your cost of stability, the cost of the policy decision they took to change the structure. That's why they are losing that money. They didn't need to lose that money. Remember another one. Almost say sterilization cost near 16.7 because they had to take a lot of money.
Yes.
That is the most egregious one. Then I know unya time kakra maminko through. So your Bank of Ghana account now total amount of money they sterilized from the economy was about 93 billion. Maminchrim. So they say Bank of Ghana soon say sika wo krom dodo. Sika wo nkofo ho to turn yema by heart. Enti ade no se nkofo mienu ko gina ho na se ne bo kra ye 1 cedi a we se o mema 1.2 ntubo se ne bo okosoro any friend inflation. Enti no yentwi sika mfi krom. Yi sika mfi krom na sika ni ho a nipa na oton ade no kra na edu baabi obeka so why den what so tight monetary policy and the elements need to include sterilization Asempa a way by which on the supply side and I say on the demand side rather we use so they don't have money to demand. Okay. First of all, Abinu deny said they were not doing sterilization. Yen yebeka tremo say o must sterilize as at that time bear 60 billion. Ye kan enkofo e bia na omo didi atemi. They were arguing said there's nothing like sterilization. Na yen ntiase. Kokan Bank of Ghana account now they've admitted say end of year sterilization balance on about 93 billion. Na ma mincha wade. So person we skefi kroma nye de bia na o se utua ho ka. Banks no bibia a friend no cash reserve ratio. Cash reserve ratio no. So who do sika koto banka? Emrani chere say we say bank no di sika no ntichemu bi ebeto Bank of Ghana as part of the reserve ratio. Yes. Bank of Ghana untia 1 cedi wo ho. The reserve ratio no fa say about 10%. Na say banks nyina mo mobilize deposit or some of the 10% ba. Na come on 90%. Nti na mo de be the friend credit creation. Mo de bi be besia because the real essence of intermediation and it's a mumunya excess na more intermediate money you hear be more the money loan to the private sector. Yes. But who steady about say banks ne be brave or mobilize deposit na they don't give private sector credit. Omo train abanye treasury bill and omo koto government treasury bill. Then they make a spread on it. Omo train a Bank of Ghana bills ba no makoto. So in essence the government ends up buying the money from the banks and paying for it.
Yes.
So there was a policy that was introduced known as the dynamic cash reserve ratio. No, you compare.
When was that introduced? Under
okay. You compare deposits to private sector credit portfolio. Tisikana OG no, you take 10% if you 90% ne card. More here now private sector. If we find out say you are not giving it to the private sector, but you are lending it back to government, which is increasing the cost of government borrowing. Yeah. What then we do is that we have a dynamic way of increasing your reserve ratio. So then your reserve ratio is no longer 10%. TBSO from a hat to hand, more 15%. What by this level, one 20. What by the Bank of Ghana be more perhaps as a canina untia
BBA also.
February 2026, and our governor announces they were going to review it. Where am I joining line?
Yeah.
We are committed to reviewing the cash reserve ratio. Abra, omu take you over banks ni ye no msi reset aba. Yera mahama sin reset bibia, so they were going to review it. There was a second component of it. I don't know. So foreign exchange. Yenje foreign exchange under the reserve ratio. Yenje the CD equivalent. Till instance, one say it denies you much CD which you can use to come and buy government paper and make money on it. Inti ukra forex, no, it also increases forex availability for banks to do intermediation. Because there's a banks in the intermediation, no. And also buy no. Say Debbie. Or my reverse no. So the effect is that there's a lot of money with the banks. Then now when they realize that there's excess liquidity, they say they are going to mop it up at a rate. So now they are paying
to mop up. No?
And only 16 billion now.
When the alternative is without paying anything through this policy,
so you have reversed policies. This costs 9 billion, 16 billion, no. Next thing, in Quebec, say bank, central bank be out fighting inflation. Also boka. If that is the logic, central bank be out fighting inflation. Also boka. But that's not true. Central banks fight inflation without paying this money. Central banks build gold reserves. We build gold reserves without making a nanipa no the gold reserves nifi 8 tons. Eba 31 tons. That is an addition of 22 tons. No one mocha. What would this 7 tons be 31 no money here 38 no. Who 7 tons no pen also aboka 9 billion. Nipa no the inflation fee 54%. Eba 23%. That is a difference of 31 percentage points no. When to 16 billion. What would defeat 23? Eba at the time, because we hear the close off of this account at the time 5.4%. 23 to 5. Who knows what about 16 billion? What sort of math is this? But you don't have an opportunity to interrogate it because of the politics in any kind. That's why they went through that exercise to come and do the propaganda. Those they say, why a bank for Nagasa din techero. And Omajama NDC communicators. And Omo announce Ukana hay, no maso and Ukan hay, no mediwatemuka hay, no my say. And a bank Nankasa. Governor Siamabai say his number one priority is to reverse the negative equity of the bank.
Yes.
In fact, that is when in speech
and make sure say losses will not be repeated.
Or buy a negative equity near 58 and they could do 93. That is an addition of 33. 33 in Canada make so gold, you gold 9.6 and sana ultimately achieve 33. Yes, I have 44. So there's a problem. I was see jai politics no. Now you confront a problem because this is the lender of last resort. This is your central bank and my central bank. Now, we are there. The central bank has to be recapitalized. Recapitalized by nothing less than 93 billion because Utia 93 billion now it brings them to where? Zero. Nasa 93 no. Unimini pa obitua.
Menewo.
Osei Bonsu Philip. Omahine Kwabena Sante. Dominic Kisisi Kweju Opon Kroma ye cleaners ni ye drivers a omo wa ha sei maami yo ton indomie o junction Bishop obetu bi watiefo a yetie mi no sa 93 billion no obia betu bi inti obitifie onya adwuma yen ye kun se method na ban ni use no ebewie no ewu mu adwuma no nya bi ebewie no obeboka na wasan ba betua sa aka ne bi ka sa sika no o man fem bi enterprise fund nanka wo wanya bi adwuma wo se da bi na dollar na gina 10 nti yen din ka sen kodu
The other point has been said you admit the first time you say Bank of Ghana Aboka was in 2020 time at 60 billion.
That is true.
If someone argues say that whole ended the beginning of the problems of the Bank of Ghana, then now become.
First of all, unlike 2022, no, yen try say the kabia te tebebia. In 2020, I mean who say you go for be some neutrals near there will be a choice. So the transparency of the central bank should be commended. They've been transparent. Transparency of what? The 15 billion or the hidden 19 billion or the hidden 44. This is not transparency. Transparency was when the central bank went through the process, published its accounts and came to tell you, say, Yaboka 60 billion. First, unlike what they are doing now, time nobody tried to hide it. Number two, we clearly explained, say, 60 billion now, or more Bokano.
Yes.
Because Bank of Ghana had to pay 48 billion to reduce the country's debt under the domestic debt exchange program. Omutu have 42 billion every year, no more boka 60 billion. Ode omada yika no more boka 60 billion. Why did they have to pay 48 billion in 2022? Because in 2020, so obekaya yedum pempen so bia taxes cry na osen kofotu and you say you suspended tax payments. You relax the timetable for tax payment. Inti aban revenue emba. You say teacher for enkwajuma but ibeti omka. We mu enkwajuma but ibeti omka. Ye mom nkania, ye mom nsuo because atorencha mato yen. Inti ye bo besia ene ye de hwe economy no. Sa besia na ye bo Bank of Ghana to ya mu 48 billion. Enne mo bo ka 60 billion. But the interesting is so bo ka 60 billion ni wie ye no. In the years after that no, na oweke se otetenika no so, I restore bank no to where it has to be. Into Bonsu in the following year, nika boy na 10 billion.
That's in 2023.
In 2023, na 10 billion. Omoko recast ye no say 13. No problem. Materiality concept in accounting. Into from 60 no, or te so 10. In 2024 no, according to NDC4 mobile year accounting in 2025 no, Omsi bank ne can also take 9.4. Me met market was a bank ne make profit. What did I make? The bank made profit, but omu change the accounting policy no to remove part of it from the operating account and move it into other comprehensive income. Into your operating account na headline pen until 9.4 loss. I won't even argue about that. But the point is that no matter loss also from 60 to 13 to 9. In fact, so we net equity position now. Now net equity position I started back to positive. Then all of a sudden, a new government comes in, mostly reset, more cancel policies nibi. And now what you are doing is now taking us to a 44 billion loss, which you've covered up by selling 9.6 billion gold to reduce it to 35 loss. Into a day now net equity now started banning back to a zero. Yeah. So say net equity na tiako 93. And a bank na deka 93. Getche na she and I say bank na deka 93. So anybody who tries to make that argument say yeni a boka first is missing the trajectory of issues. But the enka yempo yemfa say yeni a boka more than this. And you crampo you try say ye de tite. Just like what you have tried to do. So you are supposed to do what? Better. You cannot campaign against an administration with this record, promise to do better, and then you come and do worse. That is unacceptable. It's like you wanted to scam the people, but can't be beer to almost. I dare say a crime scene. Governor, no, inti me pacho. If 13 billion cedis loss is a crime scene for the governor to... In fact, at that time, what they knew was 10 billion. After recasting about 13, 10 billion loss is a crime scene. The governor must resign in 21 days. By the NDC standard, what should they be saying about my good friend governor?
But the governor must resign was on the 60 billion.
No.
But we had a demonstration on the 60 billion.
No, they did a demonstration in 2024.
Okay.
On the 2023 accounts.
Okay.
Mostly near policy insolvency. HRS governor no any penny for decisions or may take a bad. Momo their policy insolvency have been a makoto gold at their jossino. I said they are tied it in our pin, safety pin, assume. Till Momo the by your own standard, then you can. So you see the politicization Obi doesn't help. Media they are here worried about and say, put all the politics aside and look at the numbers. We have a problem. Sa 93 MP before we are all going to pay for it. So if there are decisions that are being taken at the bank number in jeopardy, don't still keep standing by it and defending it for political capital when we are all going into peril. Ntimakacho said Wednesday,
yes,
you better out with recommendations on how very, very urgently this lender of last resort must be saved. If not, and then the policy insolvency no man kataso. What if fortunately we become actually insolvent?
How about
it calls for sober reflection?
Yes, the arguments gold na omoton ye are clearly media workana. It was a bad decision from your perspective, but they tell you say a work in progress. They are still building reserves, no, and that's how comes see our crowd here. Almost they want to build to the level see a 15-month import cover as a counter. And the gun wrap a baby to name our parliament, no, and it's not as if say ya tongue be any teho. They are still building.
Time of moton gold no na your reserves. How many months?
Almost 5.
5 months.
Yes.
Until 5 months of import cover. Also, person build do 15. Why would you sell half of what you have and come down only to start afresh? Because also the person will build the reserves to 15 months, but the gold 40% and a cash 60%. The gold no does so 2% diversify back cash. What you do is that you build more cash reserves.
Yes.
So you don't sell your gold, you keep the gold. And then you build more cash reserves to overtake the gold reserves.
But you can also sell part of the gold to build your cash reserve.
You don't need to, because it takes a lot more difficulty to get the gold than to get cash reserves. Intino, gold. Look at how we struggled to build gold reserves from 8 tons to 31 tons. When Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia came up with this domestic gold purchase program, a lot of people didn't even understand it. There were parts of the program that we tried that were temporary,
yes,
that didn't work out. The gold for oil, it had its challenges. It had to be cancelled at a point. But that program was brilliant. And on the name of buyer, mutumeye intervention in the market, and most of changing it into intermediation. Mukwani central banker, mu intervene or marketer, you to need into a commercial bank. So now the central bank is operating as a commercial bank. You fair no change. It is I would say gold near 40% of reserves. Now 60% your cash. But total number of 5 months. Who person build it up to 15 months. Yeah. Simultaneous equation. You grow the cash reserves.
How do you grow it?
You grow the cash reserves by using the door gold. The door gold near bullion.
Yeah.
And your door.
Dory bars, yes.
Until you grow through the door and then you sell the door for forex. That's the gold for forex program,
yes,
to grow the cash reserves.
But they are doing that along.
So why do you sell the gold first? And I make catch say it doesn't make sense. The only reason for which they sold that gold between October and December, and I'm actually on page 7, because they needed to get policy solvency. Into banking is on technically 2025 policy insolvent. That was what happened. That's the only reason for which they sold it, and now they are going to buy it back at a higher price. If not, they themselves know. They themselves know. Say what they needed to do was to grow the cash part of it, not to sell the gold to add to the cash, to change the percentage, which is still 5 months, and then now start to build the gold again to 15 months. How does that make sense to you?
Wesa Obi, good afternoon. In the same vein, i.e. on Kojo's comment about Joe Jackson, one could easily ask, when have you heard Kojo say anything in favor of the NDC?
Can I give him an answer?
When the
finance minister introduced the your friends commencement authorization, may have commended him publicly for it. I can give him examples. Can he give me an example?
Osei, in 2015, I had a Facebook chat with Kojo where I expressed my excitement at him joining politics and admonished him to remain technocratic and shun politics as usual. My mention nipa crowd the way by that. Okay, Jibril Agbesi Hamenu. Now, say Obi join politics. How would he shun politics? Join politics and shun politics. How is that going to be possible? But Hamenu Yadase, Papa. We say Obi. What the asset management was the asset management done by BOG? Okay, what the asset management done by BOG does in the balance sheet is basically changing the asset class of that particular asset on the face of the balance sheet. It does not affect their profit and loss. So why should they include the reclassification in their P&L? It is more or less like a revaluation which should be reflected in your OCI. The bottom line figure, which is the loss/profit, is the actual figure that is sent to the retained earnings, in this case the equity. So how do you report a loss of 15 billion whilst you transfer 35 billion Ghana cedis to your retained earnings in the balance sheet? If this is not magical accounting, then what will it be?
French Nibeka say exactement. Watch them is accounting now. So you cannot adjust your balance sheet by 35 billion, by negative 35 billion. Yet pretend that the loss was 15. And I'm actually saying 19, normally I cut other comprehensive income. So you have to add it to it. You see the total, that's the 35 billion, 34.9, that is 35. Yes. That is what they went to adjust on the balance sheet of the central bank. That's the truth.
Sir Utiena Oadrintra 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Ubetimi de messages no afaso abrain na yajemre akan ama 0548 443 523 na yanyemre enkan o messages ni na emfa ema meni kojo upon kroma ena ewo studio 42 minutes after 4. I'll pause for this short break. Mekan mo messages na akana fe.
I will show you what else that money could have been used for, because
money being
so Sika Bank of Ghana Tiama commercial banks in 2025.
Yes.
For sterilization. You can't want some BMF. Now they compare to the profits that the commercial banks made. Now if you say they compare what we call real private sector growth, where the money should have or could have gone, opportunity cost where it could have gone, say you try to take them on a year. I'll take you into it.
Mate, Ekosiisen On Asempa FM, the Honorable Kojo Opon Kroma MP of Fuase Ayerebi constituency and a ranking member on the Economy and Development Committee in Ghana's Parliament. Enti yebedani yehona yetiwe aba yeba. I'll deal with your messages and then we begin wrapping up on this interview. Stay with us.
Electrical appliances baby baako pe na obinya de papa na ne buof Franco smart TVs every 32 Ekosiisen 100 inches air conditioners, washing machines, blenders, microwaves, kettle, cooking stoves, your Samsung with CCTV cameras, any crystal clear, never phones, any accessories you know that Franco number 1 Bura Franco shop be a benwo Nekwajo electrical appliances Yatete small first 0246 422 338 and 0555 939311 and www.francotrading.com. Wait me ako App Store, any Play Store. More download Franco app. Franco still phone papa is here.
Malaria fever, typhoid fever, body and menstrual pain,
Hello, lady in the Wagadri. I may was out Sama for what you just said. My hi, your friend me Pamela. Mr. Mami mobile app details na yen fan travel to me bio. And I'm a Crawford was to say me free.
Hello, customer experience. You're blocking my account, Mr. Mami pin number and I'm blocking.
Mr. Click a link what text message I send on say Sierra. Na ya upgrade won ko yen ATM services for front so. Na wona manage won ho pa ne wona wa click can ansa na mo dwene ho. Come no cray, like play. Won't crow bit me out of science and feed him. But who buy? I say EcoBank ain't free and I ain't sendable email and I messaging miss our pin, OTP, bank card and our Ghana card was Semda. My winning now, EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. Asempa Papa. Good Luck Africa Limited. Ewo Osu Accra. Edi Asem Dedebi Bro. Yet discount kesiye to your home appliances ni naso. Yet it is to say Shabam. Masa offer we empower hokra. Esanse enya debeba wako emubio. Free ACC na beje wo quality appliances. Beje ACs every 2,590 cedis. TVs every 899 cedis aircore. Microwaves every 599 cedis aircore. Fridges also every 1,599 cedis. Gas cookers no SRC every 1,499 cedis. Any nigga can be brave. Shisheti akwae ewo Oxford Street, Osu Accra. And after Good Luck Africa Eneya. Ewa homa trofo iso
020-439-1011 and 023-730-0000 020-439-1011 and 023-730-0000.
Good Luck Africa Limited and umpewe na upedien.
Achedie kesie o. Electroland Ghana Limited die. Ye mamo achedie kesie for our loyal customers o. Because your loyalty deserves more. Ye mamo achedie kesie pa. Big rewards for you and me from Accra to Tamale all over Ghana. Electroland die #1. Just buy your favorite Samsung, 2CL, Media and Nasco Electronics from any Electroland showroom or authorized reseller store nationwide. Dial *928*8888# or go to register.electrolandraffles.com and enter our weekly and monthly draws and stand a chance to win big. From TVs, ACs, fridges, gas cookers, washing machines, sound towers, mobile phones, and more rewards just for you. Approved by MLA Caritas Platform. Electroland Ghana Limited. Rewarding your loyalty the big way. Terms and conditions apply.
African Green Tea,
purple. Inti sa wo to mackerel e woduane a. Na what African Queen mackerel. Na we chewenu keke. Lampakwa.
When I wake up in the morning, I brush my teeth.
Fabia, now what you try to say? Na who did you know?
Mom, Pacho, sa toothpaste na da de buy no. Se me di chichi me si na me num chichi me na me bo so fno me.
Wait, no excuse. Abofra de. What sorry no pa. E was say what you try to say. Asan where did you? Now, no so Eddie na yenisre. What you try to say?
Yes, Mom. Medical Kids toothpaste na o de buy and run. And e chichi me si.
Why are there? Cal Kids toothpaste there. Yeah, mama, fat is someone maybe in fear me, no. Opimum fiancia.
Na me de that's a strawberry. Na be say me dimple.
Debbie, any a toothpaste. And you toffee, why? Yes, say the Cal Kids toothpaste. The mama fra with the infame you know. Copy me fiancia de tree woman say. Every say, a boy a sea in one botocro. Anna a share a pamumwa wawa. A hase. Ne mana what day mapa. Me bomber they say. Me the Cal Kids toothpaste. The mommy made tree woman say. Abribia. Cal Kids toothpaste. And mama fra si tree and need jesse.
Cal. Na last year, you're massive. massive. I feel DHI. Asempa from UCF Sunday. 30th May. See Havana Bayer Day. Tama Bayer Day. Wine and Edge. I feel UEFA Champions League. Get ready. Asempa from UCF Sunday. Yes, a match no Giants Christiano. Na ye boss watola. Eti market date no calendar so. 30th May. Yes, shouty Havana. Asempa from UCF Sunday. Powered by Adum FM. Only Adum TV. Nasco, bring home happiness. Soccer bet, your best bet for sports betting. The digital Kiss condom. Start with Kiss condoms and go smooth with Kiss strawberry gel. See Havana Park and Restaurant. Great tradition, great entertainment. DSTV. Feel every moment. Asempa FM.
Asempa FM, Asempa FM, Obinebado, Biba, Obibo, Biba, Ode, Isempanabo, Obinebado, Biba, Obibo, Obinebado, Ode, Isempanabo. Obinye, Ekosiise Bonsu our Asempa de brane mama Obi so
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM Ekosiise dwumadi no wasuguso a utie ne check with your time 10 minutes to 5 p.m. Mede your say Bonsu mene honorable Kojo upon Kroma na AD Nkomo mamen kai was one hour boy me dey one-on-one interviews ebremono syntax tank eka ho na afi siblings roofing company omo and syntax tank na eboyen ma yede one-on-one interviews no abremo and siblings roofing company a company a eba chance yede bodan so the whole Ghana Omoni the new kid on the block. Say Udu Potting Junction on your way to Winneba from Kaswa. Ubehu Siblings Roofing Company ewo. Nice branding, almost signage, big one ebo. Ubehu Company no kama. They deal in aloe zinc and aluminium product, self-lock, IBR and IDT, all roofing accessories, omoye caps, valley gutters, rain gutters, side trims and special caves. Ninyina Siblings Roofing Company AAB. Potting Junction on the Kaswa Winneba Road. Frewon 0537 794409 na only one into me any enkomo ombeboa papa na unsu wetime nya roofing sheet papa e de abo odan so adwuma omo ye no eseweni ense wo katre bomoden se only one ebedi enkomo na omuntimi emwa Electroland Ghana Limited so say enche in less than 50 days World Cup airs here in the US of A, Canada and Mexico. Now as part of the World Cup, no more special World Cup promotion in the Omuniomano Omuma rewards. So we kokoto ade we Electroland showroom bia yema rewards. In the what they're saying is Omuma weekly and monthly big rewards. So what Samsung, TCL, Media and Nasco Electronics anywhere in Ghana from any of our authorized dealers or resellers, you qualify to take part in these weekly and monthly rewards. Just buy your LED smart TVs, say split air conditioner, say double door fridges, auto grill gas cookers, washing machines, sound tires, microwaves, blenders, even mobile phones. Ubora Electroland showroom bia ubenye bi ato. Now auto ria just dial star 928 star 8888 hash and follow the prompt. And I will call register.electrolandraffles.com. You can enter our weekly and our monthly draws. It's approved by the NLA on the Caritas platform. Electroland Ghana Limited, rewarding your patronage the big way. T's and C's apply. Ain't Shannon now only Electroland into me in Nijuma Nanyoma and Koye. New Crystal Health Services. Etra Omone Assignment Municipal Assembly and Assignment Health Directorate Akabum and the Assignment Rising in Good Health campaign no April. Now it's a bold community-wide health initiative designed to freely screen over 50,000 residents of Assignment and its surrounding communities. Once away 40 years and above, you qualify to be screened for free. Now you're screening for hypertension, diabetes, obesity, and kidney-related conditions are any sewope yarea e kumgana for pa e mabobosui enye easy. Into a shall March and yeah till the end of this year. Yache assignment area nimu unzi assignment was 7 zonal councils into yebeko zonal council by zonal council. Ye shall from March to April ewo amuya jo zonal council. May ya remu till June 2026. Yebeye wo gbemi zonal council. July yebeko Black Bachona zonal council. August yebewo Chinaigbe zonal council. Na September yako Manmumu zonal council. October Mancheman zonal council. Na November yewie ewo Niman zonal council. Opesa wotimu nseme ya fre 0544 347239. Once our 40 years and above, Oti assignment and its surrounding communities in Kwadia, you will be screened for free. You'll be screened free. And regular checkups na eboa in the Arabi ehinta woni peduama no ehun ntem na yetimi aswano na bibia koye ede amount. My member back into the studio na many honorable Kojo upon Koma and Twa yen common honorable Kweku Andrews 8 here, and he sent this on Facebook. I say, Obi, please ask Honorable Kojo upon Krama. From the financial statement, did BOG make any profit of 4 billion Ghana cedis in 2024? Comparing the line items which were the 34 billion Ghana cedis in 2025. Again, check page 16 of the statement. The line with net loss on gold deals. 2024 5 billion and 2025 9 billion. So how can Honorable say there was no loss in previous years on the gold for reserve program? Kweku Andrews they are praying and Honorable.
Oh, that's it.
Yes.
So mommy copy of the accounts now.
Okay.
Edana NDC party by a press conference omo announce Bank of Ghana results.
Yes.
Omo can send you a press conference na say. Almost say account no omo edebe to abontin encouraging because it was compiled in accordance with international financial reporting standards.
Yes.
Account na you download the fee internet no so no from the Bank of Ghana website. 136 pages.
Yes.
Okay, more there are 2 places in which the auditors and the directors say that the omo kan enye no correct. The auditors, KPMG, only the directors of the bank, almost say the NDC party ne can enye no correct. Me pacho we page 10, where the independent auditors give their opinion. My highlighting and maybe green mo. Pacho can't share with you for.
But why is this necessary relative to question me
babe answer because a change in accounting policy.
Okay.
And now the profit that the Bank of Ghana made in 2024, omutumidi car say loss. By no cry no yes say no mo nko ntokwa o more accounting policy for na edo dia ban and no start do omunya no wo de kan ho no mame
in the way emphasis on matter emphasis of matter basis of account.
Yes.
Okay, emphasis of matter basis of accounting.
Yes.
And to almost say we draw attention to note 2A to the consolidated and separate financial statement which describe the basis of accounting.
The basis of the accounting.
Yes, of accounting,
okay.
Yes. The consolidated and separate financial statement are prepared in accordance with the group's own accounting policies to satisfy the financial information requirement per the Bank of Ghana Act 2002 Act 612 as amended by the Bank of Ghana Amendment Act 2016 Act 918, the Bank of Ghana Amendment Act 2025 Act 1158 and the Public Financial Management Act 2016 Act 921.
Almost say why accounting standards now.
Yeah, BOG good.
Yes. No, almost say use the bank's own group
yes
accounting standards.
Yes.
In fact use in fact use IFRS.
Sure.
Page 4. Masan highlighted baby in green. That is where the directors of the bank give their bona fides to support the account.
However, the Bank of Ghana Act takes precedence over IFRS accounting standards in the areas noted above, and as a result, the recognition and measurement criteria as set out in IFRS accounting standards as adopted by ICAG have not been applied in these circumstances. The resulting significant departures from IFRS accounting standards as adopted by ICAG are summarized below. So meaning say essentially, no, omono eye omadwin say IFRS accounting standard and no use for we.
And the reason is that how you recognize some elements. Also be send a message say nanka wo asset there and asset if you swap from one asset class to another a balance sheet asem you don't come into your operating income statements and accounts. It is principally because as part of reset no change accounting policy now at the central bank. First, now central bank use IFRS, International Financial Reporting Standards, which is also being adopted by the Institute of Chartered Accountants Ghana.
Yes.
In fact, so we have to say banks now Ghana, they are required to use IFRS. SOEs are required to use IFRS. And the Bank of Ghana and Ankasa, to ensure uniformity, they moved to IFRS. When this government came, as part of reset, so much changes, so they no longer use the International Financial Reporting Standards. Use MOM standards. Because of that, to say valuation gains. If operating account normally they share other comprehensive income anymore. And what you realize, me 2024 accounts say. What you realize is in the 2024 account, because gains, as in the valuation gains, near free operating account, the operating account was short of the profit from revaluation. They can and bank from a deficit of 9 billion, they moved to a positive of 4 billion. But if you want to share your friend is saying other comprehensive income, and no report 9.4 now as the headline loss. And in balance sheet, I was saying balance sheet sign konechi, because if it's a loss of 9.4, I was saying balance sheet sign konechi. Balance sheet ne ban because the net effect ukatu ni boom send away 15.6 and 19 ukabo 34 no back on negative 9 no plus I think it was about 12 or so. I have to check it. I don't have it here. Ukabo a positive 4 into the balance sheet. That is the net equity position improved by about 4 billion. In fact, in a press conference, me show bar graphs no said that was the recovery that was coming. Say net equity position it was recovering. But because of the change in accounting policy, and I can tell you on authority, I know the two directors of the central bank who caused this policy to be changed. Two minimum, no more cause this policy to be changed.
Directors of the central bank.
Yes, because no money say so muja policy now. Profit will be recognized in 2024. Like I say, can about 2022? No, we managed to turn the bank around before we left. So they changed the policy. Said they changed the auditors as well.
So we a KPMG.
But these were not the original auditors. They've changed the auditors as well. I'm not impugning any motive on it. I can't do that. I'm a professional. I won't do that. But I'm telling you, so why several changes. Sir, accounting policy no mu change from IFRS no.
Yes.
Saying can you use old accounting policy now, you would have recognized the profit in 2024. But they changed it so that they could tell the story that there was still a loss of 9.4. Even though they claimed there was a loss of 9.4, when they went to the balance sheet, the net equity had a positive turnaround because the net effect was positive. But so we see edua emu enko kwaku ebabeto into the same accounting policy no and then neama se woka se why 15 wa ebekwa ku na 19 wa fi uka bomu a negative 34 obi ntan obi but bank na ye nyina yesika korabia batan I was say ye bon ban Tama now say eduambum bokoko no. Afi de utinis you. Afi de utinis you. Yeah, they ask a message about the top and say there's a problem. You enjoy politics, no. Now you confront it. Time you can't say any investigation. Mama, yeah, 2.5. You can't stop over there. No, they say do 9. And only said they have not changed the structure of the gold purchase program. They haven't changed it.
Now the only change we are told is that Bank of Ghana is no longer involved.
But they have not changed the structure. Money. They have not changed the structure. And Tikano before for na eba be boss akano. Because Bank of Ghana say to me most akani bill. I can show you where this akane kwa share next time. Say kanoma year if gold board books mudi abeshe Bank of Ghana books. But only 9 billion.
Yes.
Me kan di atamusa. And then abe. A normal buyer instead some big say let's change the structure. No, say there's nothing wrong with the structure. But no one say Bank of Ghana enye bill. Into one be. The kana ko shebe before fro. I know an authority where they have moved it to. 2026 we say a one person de kana ko she. Under the gun wrap no gold now more better on a door so crossing they did 9 billion buy you. But omo a kana fi Bank of Ghana de ko she baby foforo. Ye nim baby foforo de ko she. In our recommendations ye betcher say honemwa. The solution is to go back to the old structure. Cost of sterilization ye can say you can get this money without paying these amounts. Don't do this. Why? Ubon say Wednesday, the alternative proposals BEBAP seeking to correct it. Wednesday, there's something we have to say about the 93 billion. Ekana abefino.
Yes.
Because they say no makacho say
total equity.
The total net equity
minus we no.
You 93 billion no crash say
zero.
Zero. So you have to pay more than 93 billion. And no your view on how it should be done. And also you the nti ye ntan obi ye nkase bonemra. But
why do we have to pay? Because time ye bought 60 billion no. At the time ye
net equity about 55 billion. Yeah.
So no, the BOG was not capitalized by government.
There was supposed to be a program to recapitalize.
Okay.
That program was rolled out. So say recapitalization. Recapitalization, you need to mobilize Sika.
Yes.
And now recapitalization is taxpayers' money. What you say? I'm sure you are privy to all the stories about tax measures and for bogu say no I don't want to go into that one. Whatever it is now, we have to recapitalize. Say do 93, we have to recapitalize. So we have to raise that revenue to recapitalize. So revenue I'm just say I'm confronting situation then now and recapitalizing and now. Next year, do you know what could happen to the bank? And even this year, 2026. Until we say the politics need to change. Need jai say accounts need to come NDC party no more. No. Let's get serious on a professional level and deal with it and try to fix it.
Could you upon Chroma and Yatin and can I say Shena Yade Yan Common SC? It's already 7 minutes after 5. Panel members now so I crowd was say you call into your discussion segment. More the messages by to me and Kaino Monfa and Chain. We say Obi listening to Honorable KON from the boardroom of Increment Associate. Kojo is very intelligent, excellent analysis. Kwesi Botri Jr. Esquire and on the way Abraying. Kwesi Yadase Papa Kojo Yadasen so
Yeah, me count the message say Asempa na say yeah my advisor. You see, I keep making this point. Yet now been for 8 years. We got some things right, we got some things wrong. You know some of the things are say ye ni year be boa Ghana ni na. Aban ye strom say ye kasa omuntie. It will save all of us a lot of headache. And some I account about gold, and some I account about sterilization. Kenya said 93 billion. They shouldn't see everything through political lenses. They should listen.
Very well. Kojo upon Chroma and a training cano. Yabedani and by a bar. Kojon Safwa Poku Abekansa Ewo Studio ha. Engineer Frank Pedro Asare Esquire and Swabe Kansa Ewo Studio ha. Moma Yentiwe Emra Yeba Yeshasye Eddie and Komo. Your discussion segment no Yede Ebebremo. After this very, very, very short break. Munchanya Yebasisia.
1xBet. Oh, how good deal is so make a game on promo on your website onexbet.com.gh and our app no so you find the iPhone 16 this is copy $5,500 series but promo code game on GH onexbet agrono ekoso yene one diagrono gambling when you true into try no ahwe yemu enye ma wona won di mfie dun watwe Gaming Commission of Ghana agent krato ya tum
Electroland Ghana Limited, yeah, mamu, for our loyal customers, because your loyalty deserves more, yeah, mamu, big rewards for you and me, from Accra to Tamale, all over Ghana. Electroland, yeah, #1. Just buy your favorite Samsung, 2CL, Media, and NASCO electronics from any Electroland showroom or authorized reseller store nationwide. Dial *928*8888# or go to register.electrolandraffles.com and enter our weekly and monthly draws and stand a chance to win big. From TVs, ACs, fridges, gas cookers, washing machines, sound towers, mobile phones, and more rewards just for you. Approved by MLA Caritas Platform. Electroland Ghana Limited. Rewarding your loyalty the big way. Terms and conditions apply.
Ayampo, say a quantum ye can unim, na one kubia, na yells artism, and no more be na Ghana edition nemu won conformance, the otia when you beje, and it your rubber who.
Your cry, yes, slow at all a year 20 inches. 3 days, yet to be where you grow. Where are you grow?
NNT, Tiabruchenko mo, Aqua Mankwa, Akunteju, Edinburgh Asempa 94.7 FM so.
You remember that I say you are no woman on it. You almost see a kakra. You almost went hunu. Yes, we are here. In the transia. Near Kabum.
Memory debia, a bonusia, a pemusia, a question of what you can do. Our abruce said the Akuhu, any diabedrufi, the Yahu, near her, the ye, near the Abba, the Yano, and you can say, yes, I say, Abruchinkum on a dim, Tintimpa.
Yaberan Woma Hudwa, a one conformance why you bet me the Abua Ghana. I'm not funny to my paper. Or my Puntu, na have what a sign. Passport won't send some. Nina, yet a bro, a wa Bruchinkum to Medium. Yabesas one Wakwanya, no watch your wardrobe.
Robert David, because of free Germany. Kobe, yeah, Amsterdam. Concept what for about Jeffrey, woman, and then one Asaman and no Mutipi, no Kran, also program, no master project, no more.
Shannon, say a minute the beer, 6 p.m. Near Company.
Hello, Medin the Waka 3. The mayor was not some of what you said.
My hi, friend Pamela. Mr. Mami mobile app details na fan town to me bio.
And I'm a Crawford was to say me free.
Hello, customer experience. You're blocking my account, Mr. Mami pin number and I'm blocking.
Mr. Click the link what text message I send on no say Sierra. Na ya upgrade won ko yan ATM services for front so.
Na wona me ne ji won ho pa ne wona wo click it kan ne ansa na wo modwene ho. Can no cray, like play. Won't crow bit me out of science and feed him. But who buy? Kai say EcoBank ain't free and I ain't sendable email and I messaging Miss our PIN, OTP, bank card and I Ghana card was semda. Ma winning now, EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
African green tea, African Queen Mackerel.
Sami sorry no pa. Kel Chaco toothpaste na me twetwe me se. And mommy confidence. The money nyina.
Se wusia ama na me sifit go so na me srea. Eya wawa me de Kel Chaco toothpaste. Ene twetwe me se. Oba de ni pa e wo bidie mu no. Ene e dia ye Kel Chaco toothpaste. E boy sin ho ban. E free mowa e boy sin mu tokro. E si ahye ene enumunka. Sure say amani Kel Chaco toothpaste so ni. Yeti center for.
Media magical Chaco toothpaste at tubu. Me suna no pa na dwa me koda no. E ma me si ye fita. Confidence level koso entibi na ma. Na me si 32 ni na guso.
Enkane no ani ama me ndi bidie twetwe yese no. Asaya bebie mu o. Bidie wo Kel Chaco toothpaste mu no. MSC ye fita. E ma na hoden. Ne se yinka bia. Mo wonu me ye ram. Enunti mo amonom coffee, wine, any tobacco e kamo seso no. Abama mo Kel Chaco toothpaste. Sankofa ENG
Kel, happy smile. FDA, aji, ejodi nkrato ya tumo.
last year you're massive. I feel DJI. Asempa from UCF Sunday. 30th May. See Havana Bayade. Tama Bayade. Why? And Edgy I feel UEFA Champions League. Get ready. Asempa from UCF Sunday. Yes, a match no Giants Chris no. Na ye boss watola. Eti market date no calendar so. 30th May. Yes, shout Havana. Asempa from UCF Sunday. Powered by Adum FM. Only Adum TV. Nasco, bring home happiness. Soccer bet, your best bet for sports betting. The digital, if you did Kiss Condom, start with Kiss Condoms and go smooth with Kiss Strawberry Gel. The Havana Park and Restaurant, great tradition, great entertainment. The STV, feel every moment.
Asempa FM.
Oribo!
Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Obi nebado biba obibo biba ode Asempa na bo obi nebado biba obibo obi nebado ode Asempa na obi nie ekosise nie Bonsu awo minisempa de brane mama obi
Asomo Asempa 94.7 FM Ekosiisen dwumedie no asoguso a wutie no ma yenamu nyina asene mama kwaba emfa momra Ekosiisen dwumedie ye discussion segment na ebremo max buy and a sasso spray boyen ne de sa segment ye abremo me de kind to my name say yensa aka energy consultant and a member of the New Patriotic Party Kojo in Safwa Poku ewo studio Hassan so ena udwani trim ewo Minerals Commission director in charge of mineral titles engineer Frank Pedro Asare Esquire onon so aba be cancer ewo studio hanti impanyifo mienu ne ene won eba be di enkomo ma menshase Kojo Safapoku akwaba na apom te sen
miya boko emse enene first time one maba Ekosiisen
first time
na me wadanfo bi one ne ka asemo o se masa ene Ekosiisen Ekosiisen de fc ona esi afia obi ase nsempi no ankusi ba bia ase ene Ekosiisen timi da se ya
yes that's so
about chia won ma chia wati fo no ahwefo
omojo pa nya min shraw engineer Frank Pedro Asare akwa bete sen
ya bro nyamiadom me hoye
flip
Osei Bonsu obi
Minerals Commission ya boko de
nyamiadom nhihye bia da na kwamwa bibia ekoyo
eda nyame ase inti I mean the whole of last week not the most topical issue was the issues are near war with the empower sector and the challenges are na a war. Fortunately, the announcement was made saying engineers no etumi ayejuma ama all the turbines now back on stream ama some relief kakra only for weekend no the Bank of Ghana issues no to take over and the namsoma yeni onabo Kojo upon kroma edi ho enkomo but Kojo uwa haidie briefly on power challenges no utie energy minister or the president ebo apro kwa akosombo ekohwe adwuma kese na engineers no relatively na stable kakra at least in the last 3 days me boy
say weekend ni bepem na de me kumase me de manifa mu me free kumase ba na nwumre say weekend na afra na otwe before no na bu mu na eduma but that weekend dem say ejina so kakra 1 or 2 posts on social media of but you know they be ameka say electrical sector na you running no localized problems ya dia obitumi akase emba yintumi nya da ekro ni nyina be kase kania endu ya na enuanom ne omunsam keka na omkeka in opposition no na right now is coming back to bite them na nka wo hwe system you running in Ghana and certain outages shouldn't be a problem, and I say it shouldn't be politicized. And some could see Osei Jumadin engineers here Akosombo. Yes. The initial part no nanka politics be abem MD no you can say on step aside the investigation. People even went echo media say MPP for na kwashiho, which is very unfortunate. I don't see say be able to me in between I can say MPP ni be to me and I say amanyo semunti japade etesano obi akoshino. Engineers na idea they have been able to bypass control room no and they current electricity no directly to the control room in Tema. So right now they are doing the controls from Tema to supply the nation. And there are still pockets of problem across the country. I don't think say we are out of the woods yet, but it's better now.
But you also believe it when the minister said the challenges was exacerbated by Ijane Towo Akosombono.
Yes.
Once we deal with that, Nyoma beye stable relatively. The for the want of a better expression, the fear mongering and because doom so asaya banner. It was just down to Akosombo.
Yeah, na tembiano bibi sina abisia bibi kwan.
Okay.
Na ekroni nyina no. I think say na edru pempen so bia na nipa pi kankani adundum asem.
Sure.
Social media, various media reportage, Kumasi, even Ashanti region, Emma Ashanti regional NDC chairman, Kokase, ECG 4 managers been a sabotage. The Monday before that, ECG MD call Kumasi, Ekuyi, and Ranti, you know, be free ho. Emma me crab grantee interview say, na Ranti Amuko you woman, some you am Kanya Dumno, enjoy it. And you know, those things na koso, was Santimemu and other parts of the country. And the Ibiso Muno, which is the outage, from the fire, so we Akosombo, any pong free more. It's 1,200 megawatts. It's huge.
Yes.
Because Akosombo nyajuma pong to me nyajuma. And I think that 4-5 days na ni Akosombo ni pong. I think it was a national disaster. Until now it's over no. The real problems are existing. ECG for say overloading of transformers. Media they be me come say so we can somewhere and you dey chine bebre obi ma me free if you mumbai no so free former ba no nsia bo a ye be hwere be so buchia ye mama bosumi mienso ye mama bosumi nsia. It can't be forever. And me maka and I'm the sector we know and me tiasie sin nipa bebre me de no income me do a sector we at least from 2012 14 years me din komo we on a daily basis. I just have sat in meetings. Our weather has a lot to do. Now no there's a lot. Is the weather is hot. And you see June, July, August, weather never conform. We don't use as much air conditioning as much. Until no ebema the reliever Ghana for you here no. Na maintenance we need maybe sector nimuno or my. After that, no, na yebehwe. Some say busumi miensa busumi nsia. Yebehwe say busumi miensa de busumi nsia is be October beba. Se kania na dumu. Se etia. Yenko ba bia aja otwetwe apon wo he obema yen nkwane ahoden de. Ya betena adi ho nkomo.
That's fine. Pedro, minim what you think baby our reporter when you're from Seshiyo so near the Nyoma is stable kakra in the last 3 days.
Yeah, very stable. Like I said last week na a topic because my culture say a banyina kania ho asem no betumi de ayama yosem na so okọ from party anyama yosem because he doom lighter ye nsheda mbisa say efie A or B wan mo na eto and na light no ye de bibia in fact we a businessman kania ya na de be your business artisanal people and one of your business even so a public service kaniano in a way essence boy because who could do a dumna kani wa ko yede obi banner was render service to serve for instance minerals commissioner facilitation for every form of manual right bia for the minister to approve no na kane ani ho genset nso nya adwuma na say bibia nkoso no nti ya de a affect every facet of life. But so far so good. Na nkomo na ekoso nyina no na kogina say impo before say na to renchem ne besi wakosombo no na ye were pockets of some lightouts ne yibia na ekoso a ECG ene energy ministry paying for me atiase maka cho say atem no say wo need light na omo hweso no omo ni wo di nkomo na omo bowa no ho ba say oh montwen ochena yebenya light amegidi say eno ye since wo ntehwe wo hwa na be don hwe be adunu ni edumu kania untumi you cannot plan your life the way aduma wo ECG a wonni mu but enene de omo be ka kire ye say wo hwe the power sector na your generation, transmission and distribution. Until oshe babia ye investment ekoye emrebi etwamu eno kra pono enesti ye ni reserves ekogina generation no nti free hydro no ye say ene saade a ye nkotema na ye kotema no so ye hwe say afoforo betumi abeka ho nti independent power producers eba mu ama ye bia kama aban dada no aban ye wosu ni even aban ye buy ansa na bandada bani na kodu baby say ye generative ya say o say transmit na fe de to me a supply kwa fiefie mu baby wo ho a ye population na akosoro akodu baby a afi de omo ete ho no kakra na overload aba distribution transformer ne so net triple tisade a yenhwe na yenfa program bi mra ebetumi aboa na titru enye supply transformers no distribution one akese no na yenche be 3000 wo memu senye be ya baby a population e kosoro na enu nti kakra na omo machines no e triple no ebetumi aye I think say eno so e koso na de ba ko a eye very significant nkomo a e koso ya moka bi mo se Ghana engineers enye se bia me engineer me electrical engineer but Ghana one of the best engineers we have electrical engineers oko grade co oko VRA oko ECG aturenche mi esi kosiko bi ani ho ye engineers ya eno mode o madwen e ka bon ho esiesie ana ye nyasa yi nti o se bo mo abaso na ye bo management a ewo both Greco akosombo VRA efo nyina abaso any ministry modern ministry ni so a ensure san but measures no mo dia to ekwan mu no me hu ni say temporary the entire temporary ni say control room eshe na say ye bypass ya what it means ni say there's a main line so we need to go there ya ma ye ni nkon na afi de yankoje ni nyina nkogu bypass ni so na no so koje ne ho a ni asan so yes I was say ma ye ni ko which I know say the honorable minister and his team will do that and are doing that ti obi kania ni do obi ape na CCIA say ni de emfa ho ni party awo emfa ho ni asori awoko emfa ho ni nton awobo gina so a eboye nyina bompa ye say the omayi ombekoso ayi ni and there is so much investment in the energy sector under this regime and we are hopeful say ebegina so ma ye nyina ye nyankania no
very well
me onza ka the sikasa ye anka obo opposition na anka kasa kasa sa onza anka find something it's no nyobi wo ho me no I think say amanyosem no both parties should learn NDC in power o hwe omkasa mu a sana nka opposition no omkasa ya anka nei ankasam ya ni ho
opposition dey hope aban ma ba
root be the desperation no there no any problem no afi no aka no ran wo so wonti ase afi wo begina ban mu a na ye de ahye won sase e de ekoye mienhwe na akofa ensem bebraba eno ne de tell make at ase because binya akasa kama de na kania de obi ahia yes yenyina yinim kania so obi ahia na debi no obi aka na kania dum dakokra haram na mampanyi tina so na say ensem bebre etino emede say but futu ye de ma yenwa no ma say mama yenjai unnecessary politics will not help this country.
Yeah, it's true. I was going to ask her with your experience and knowledge in the sector no the last analysis I may showed say now we've even eaten into a reserve margin as a country. And even now that Akosombo is back on stream full, you know, say any of the other plants, Kim, we may be in deep trouble. It is if you have to advise the minister, baby, I was say in the focus areas see a power on your thing.
On say in Komo no a Nkoma yenum be from the civil society side no. Ya advice say abang even did the presentation to parliament. Minya on say the bia meka say e bia wedding fee 9. Now maami akojom no akoto trousers for 6-year-old amount. Na yo hojo.
Yeah.
But in undi 7 no na yo boske. Ubi nyina shim.
Sure.
Na maami akoto 10-year-old for amount. No wa share ayo boske ba ubi nyina shim. As a nation, the bia yini every year estimated media me basic crime ebinum about 8 to 10% growth a year.
Yes. Energy Commission said 12%.
Well, and this calculation, it becomes a problem because as the capacity grows, we calculated 12% of the growth now, it becomes a bit too much. And they are 12,000, 4,000. 10% to cry off.
That's 400 megawatts.
Exactly, growth a year is a bit too much. We make kind of 250 megawatts.
Okay.
Minimum we grow about 250 megawatts every year. Say okay, excess capacity in Koma need in 2017. You design common in 2017. Because in 2017, that was about 2,000 megawatts of power. Now you're contracting, take or pay. You so but as of 2019, no, NASA SS capacity in because then no, we had now gone into 18 to 20% reserve margin now. No. As a nation, you need policy for reserve margin because on say excess capacity on its own is not a problem.
Sure.
The only time it becomes a problem is that there is no revenue stream to pay for it. As a nation, I will say some policy now, your revenue stream one. You will say okay at every point in time, or see 20% of our capacity as reserve margin, and this is how we pay for it. Say the bear 2 cities we become electricity home, not timemufo etia because it's a luxury. Say politician no, osuro say obeko akọ contract capacity no na afia be ye na ekada ho enyintumi ntua enti no hwe ya between 2017 and 2020 because of the excess capacity no the amount of PPAs are MPP are buying sign no na endorse almost sign the AXA in Kumasi right now almost sign AXA that is going to be up in Takoradi and there's also Senate which was also signed for Kumasi and non any new PPAs was contracted that will come on. AXA in Kumasi is already generating, but combined cycle no Mugusu or Musi. The Takrady one is being yet to be built. Also Muko PULC Minister ama no objection. To also Muko PULC ko approval for pricing no. But say the wokan no. O share your installed capacity. The dependable. Any right now where we are as peak demander is about only 800 megawatts, which we use 18 to 20%. Reserve margin now we are out of it. And as we grow right now, no instead say anka as a nation no ye be in front of the curve no right now we are behind the curve. But the only reason is that you need policy to resolve that. There's no policy. PULC for yakan ministry yakan parliament yakan until that policy is made. Say we are going to put this amount of money there for capacity for the future, or we are going to have maybe 20% reserve margin, and this is how we are going to pay for it. Because when Obika say, nese capacity no, any hope you should there, I didn't turn MPP for year 2017. The reason it was a problem in 2017 is that Obabemu, Upiskai hospital, Upiskai acquire, Upiskai education. Then all of a sudden, without knowing, you are faced with about $300-400 million a year of a debt. I also Chiama will be with a machine, Nipanisiwa Onya Juma, which is a take or pay. In Tusha, within 3 years, no, Kenofrata paid about almost $1 billion to these take or pay. That 1 billion, can you imagine what a bit by a Macroeconomic, bit by a hospital, bit by a coin, bit by a bibre, into $1 billion that was paid for capacity. But it's not a problem if there was a revenue stream there. Yes, sika way ni chiakadia. And this is almost 1,500 megawatts.
And our excess capacity charges, no, PLC factor into the.
They are not factoring, no. PLC only factors your losses, no.
Yes.
Losses, no. Only 24% of the losses is factored into electricity. Now it's about 35-40%, which is quite high. But PLC doesn't factor the excess capacity into our electricity. And the way forward, say, Obiabetie Asema Yaka is to yeso see sinkunya. Now, the Parliamentary Subcommittee on Energy and the PURC have to sit and say, look, yenya education in Magana for say the ne de one see the account fuel obi tuase de kwakoye ye hwe kwan bia as I one see the ni bi kra de be pone de akase okay mu 50 pesos ye mfa to ho enfanye excess capacity. Then you know say whenever there's excess capacity sika wo ho aye de bitua. If not Obia suro so ba ko fa ka ba tuna Ghana for akase na mo na mo de ka ba enti the capacity no we can't be in front of the curve. We are always behind the curve.
Yeah, I get you, and I think this conversation should continue. Ekosiisen cinema yenhwe ne yemra pedo minim say wo bibi kafa proposals you on ya be na fa yemra bank
reserve margin asem ne de wo no we nim de wo sector ninti wo tai e boss pa. In fact time ye di nkomo akosombo asem ne baye no, and it is mostly in our part of the world no atorenchen ban sane akai sa no mawe nti ye free mu no o se nyina ye de yeni ekọ na eno ne ma me bo omampanyi mahama baso abra na owa ba mu in 2016. No, one of the conversations was about identina or generation capacity no samre mu na America power ne asobi na ejina ne nanso kasa koso. And like senior eka ye no etelebia o positioner ultimately the normal be moya manyosem oba ba mu kra na, because mind you, even though he speaks for MPP no, most often they are not yet fair because of a civil society organization. But at that time in sembe no manka amfa the Mahama administration on capacity now on morbid, yes. But and they have come to see say idea bebo, and I know say under this regime no, whilst we are looking at hydro, looking at thermal, no, so you have solar and so account. I'm told say we is working on about 250 megawatts of power. I know by solar. That said, I no so put up a program. Say every year be an yen to me I'm fair bianca okra yen for about 300 megawatts of power enka ho. Say sub programs we nyina koswa. Be gidi say bet me aboa. But the elephant in the room ne say why need to ya, because opio wumpio e wo se wonya ebima ne boroso for the hiada na sisia na aboroso na yenyu so no hwane ntua ehwo ne nkomo no nti megitum se wo se ekoso edi nkomo no nyina ya gitum ne yete ase se wenya amanyo emfa ho ne party e wa ban mu no ye nkane a ye yo no e wo se etumi nya bi emanisi nchen a eno de se ye mfa anya hwempo esi wo na de ye de ye bibi no se bibi ekoba se e wo se ye de beka ho na bibi ampo maya enam se population no ye koso enyini ninti no ebra ye benyini ano enhu hia se fe ne ye de ye ni abeye ho hantwe ye nimba bi a ye kofa bi afi na ye de gumu sa. It is very laudable. Me gidi se ye nkomo a wo se ye koso ne ye di na ye hwe ye reserve margin no na at least ye tumi nya as a policy say for every point in time e was say Ghana say o man ye de off peak ne peak period ni nyina to nchen ya ye was say ye nya reserve margin e ye this megawatt inti say ye ni no samre na e was say ye program any policy a betumi am ye nya na tambia say e da ho.
Fortunately for us, I mean the last in Komo amene John Jana put D, you know, now they want to ramp up immediately 1,100 megawatts for now. Said ye bear at least, because the engineers will tell you say reserve margin a matter of course it should be there as part of the system. 18-20% of total generation reserve na edao. Unibia, you are in deep problem. And I also am a former ECG MDD in common. He suggested say off-peak periods now. Sometimes total demand off-peak any generation no obehwe na wanya 300 megawatts be excess off-peak. Ubenya ebi ho 200 megawatts ba eba because say off-peak no udemand nte say peak period no all that power no go waste. Eco waste nso a cost on ECG eventually minimum betia. And he was suggesting say sa excess power kakrana eba during off-peak no can we save or store that power,
which is where the battery system
that comes in. And he suggested that we should build
that's a new technology.
Yes,
you see the battery technology now is new.
Yes.
You see, whenever yes, discussion we know there's a key component nobody talks about it. Valco. Valco is a key component of power discussion.
Power, of course.
Yes. Say discussion here because Valco running only one port. It takes away its availability. It diminishes it. Valco got 2-3 ports. The other problem about now. Said do big can hear about the battery system. The battery technology is still developing.
Okay.
Even it was a month ago, a 40-footer container that can house 5 megawatts.
Oh, okay.
Before, now the highest a 40-footer container can house was 1 megawatts. Now there's a technology that has advanced for the five times that amount to be fitted into
one container.
One 40-footer container.
Okay.
Now, if you're looking at storing power of 300 megawatts, how many of the 40-footer containers will be here? 60. At the if you are using the 5, if it was a 1 megawatt, you need 300. There is the inefficiency of a system when you now scaling at that high. Yes, it's a conversation that needs to be explored. Okay, Dr. Baumia manifesto, car 2,000 megawatts
of solar.
Yes, and those were embedded. Say that battery system will be done alongside. But the technology is new, but alongside, I think eventually they say EV. First, not EV. You can't want some massive say a and the amount of EV cars in Ghana is a lot. So it is a new technology that I think that eventually is something that we incorporate because the SS say there is what you call the net metering. Net metering allows almost solar. Homogeneity. Homogeneity more during the day. They can feed it onto the grid during the day. Then a numerical or hybrid system. A numerical solar or switch by electricity. Then solar now they might grid he gets it as credit.
Some net off
before electricity to be used when you but to have a policy implement this annual. That's why a promoter said there should be. Right now, Ghana, we should have a renewable agency.
Yes,
it's long overdue. We need a renewable agency, and it was in the MPP manifesto that we need to do because Oshenyoma Air Koswa Bu Solar, Akosombo, Bu Solar, VRA Solar. Bu is doing solar, Akosombo is doing solar. Who is now regulating that solar? Now there's EV. EV sits with Ministry of Transport, but really and truly, EV shouldn't sit with Ministry of Transport. EV is renewable, so it owns it. As there's a need to have a complete look of our entire system and reorganize some of these things. That is why we have proposed that there's a need to have a renewable authority.
That's interesting. I mean, renewable authority, and then more and down and highlighting the campaign.
It's there.
It's in the manifesto.
No. Oh, say you will be our campaign. I can be confusing. You will be some technicalities. No, you don't bring it up. But the renewable authority say even with the before MPP coin, there were some bills being in Parliament. We wanted to add netco to ECG. Then strip the add PURC to Energy Commission. Okay. Add PURC to Energy Commission. Then have the thermal. So have a thermal authority, which will now be responsible for the also VRE. They have some thermals. VRE should be a hydro. So strip the thermal from VRA. And let VRA only be hydro.
Yeah.
Then the thermal now mostly a costly a creative problem or books strip it from them.
From hydro.
Then that was on the same side now okay, then have a renewable authority to also strip the initiatives now BUNE VRA so that the new technologies even when you share in fear to give a more effect to the net metering, all the initiatives that agency to handle the renewable. Then you now reconfigure Energy Commission, which is now added PLC to give more focus, because they don't say PLC for by EV charges, because there are new things that are coming up. Ghana will not expire tomorrow. We need to have an environment that will also take care of Ghana for the next 60 years, and the new technology.
But because PRC is specifically economic regulator, Energy Commission is technical regulator, merging them because
technical regulator and a commercial regulator. Okay, now there are areas on say PRC no majuma any technical commercial regulation. PRC have other side which is also looking after customer complaints, customer there are other side of PRC, consumer protection and all those things, right? Now Osei Energy Commissioner, there are other areas IPP. Okay, you want to do an IP, independent power producer. Your first point of call, Energy Commission to get a provisional license, right? Then your processes, in terms of your pricing, all those things, then you have to go to PRC for that. So the NIA can say, then you can do all that in one-stop shop.
Okay.
You don't have to now go from one agency to another. Yes, you have departments in it, but to have all the two talking to each other right now, as it stands, is Energy Commission in PRC. They don't talk, right? This everybody's in a silo. And there are new technologies that are coming up that will need the two to have. Now, you're defining roles better for the next 60 years. Because an EV, said EV is under Ministry of Transport. Ministry of Transport should not have EV. EV should be under the renewable authority.
Okay.
Then the regulator is who? The regulator is Energy Commission. But there are some aspect of that is also PRC.
It's true. It's true. A lot of nuances in there, but we'll see how it goes. And then I was seeing Yamres near dealing with Bank of Ghana and Seminole. Pedro, I'll start with you on that one. Now, I mean, in Como, I wait here for majority side, minority for also the Omodie Abba, and Eminiko upon Cromed in Como extensively. Where you stand on this? Ban Sanano, Mamin Camfo Sasso spray, Emma Wana Wutie. It's the best insecticide spray and mosquito coil in Ghana. Boy busunya ho ban bwan krankran ho ban in the NA omua malaria enya ene ade no eso eteba because of saso ye spray any mosquito coil no cause headache any nasal congestion be and mosquito coil be ho so a wa obedema de betena uti edwan wo se bibi no me pa chaw saso entesa ikum tontom ikum all other flies crawling and other household insect on contact. Once on be into contact with the spray ni bia omubi wu ewo ho a esen jaw that fresh clean lemon scent it is saso there uyusu a unsan enhia any other spray be I would be spray them or any other day be unyanya saswa a year 2-in-1 ejuma edemount your 750 ml or 300 ml for the spray and as 165 grams and so for the coil a year ejuma pa saso no ajisu kumentontom precon. It's another quality product from Samara Company Limited and a FDA AJ atom frewon it was 0246 864798 na only one into me in the enkomo saso ikumuntontom precon into Monshan so yes ma member engineer BOG matters arising
obiansa na me ko BOG so no nkrano etro BC
BC start here
yes menim say achew senche yo 24 years ago and I'm a true view sehwe enyabrim
enyabrim
yes satan
okay and I say RC
there be say na me ko Rosel nana Rose e wo boako on preparatory school by ye ni center ti samre no na ye nyina na ya betwe no enyabrim yeah she no masan so atwam emre zamre na omampanyin kofo aba ne second year mu an tisanka the second in second year mu an no na wo se cultural ne bio no mo bo world cup so no she member a good experience team me fa wa kwanya we so na me ma wo mo atwere nyina tinkwa na me show mo den say the omo kwa kwaye a part of the stages in life maybe twam na ya metai back to me formal school me kwa me catch am say doctor ni na wo hunu no engineer no wo hunu lawyer no wo hunu obetumi ayete so no emra na ote say wo no nye lawyer no engineer obi a person oyete so no emre bi twam say ya so obi say na nkonya GSTS obeba no OPS St John's nti every one e kofa GSTS obi nkomo we ya ye di na da no na papa bi so bi say na me nuansafo ene kojopon asembe mpa na esi sache jamase enu nti e matum pa na esi egbo mukwohwe NDC aban ama Bank of Ghana poka no bibi say na economy amujaye no na ka mususu say this nkomo ekoso nyina is the price we have paid for recovery from babia ebeto ye no obi obe diaban obaya nipa wode amamoni ma wo no o se oman no apratete nti wontumi amu ema impo omanfo na omode omusika akoto bond wo mani mu no bontumi antua eyi a champion penso free so a ebinsi bio international sika yakwaje se ye de be ye oman ni ye ni awie yakotua nipa no so wode de sika beto ho na wo no so de akoye de wode be ye ntumi ntua sab abano na banks are most of them indigenous omoboboa omanfo no musu etumi ye adwuma emokwaje bosen kakra no mode akoye adwuma kakra no motu banks so ya gugu no sa economy ni ye beto ye ema economy ni degenerate ya kodu mpempen so bia inflation koya kodu be 54% eno mo a cha asen kakra ye ba na do 23%. Na your exchange rate no and also the affected bibia ye be do ya and also ekoya kodu mpe kra na be 17.1 at a point in time na e ba ya the time of more hand over my na be 14 and na make us be 15 into obi wo ene de sa o man na mawa obede o sa wo dwen wontem na Bank of Ghana no eyemra ene de set Bank of Ghana into share Bank of Ghana Act 2002 na Act 612 ene amended somewhere in 2019 Act 930 achire pefe ne botaye ne ba ko ne say obehwe for economic stability obi enye no grana Bank of Ghana krona e also share for financial stability obi enka wana inti say oban aba na aban dadano 3 consecutive terms Bank of Ghana eboka yamoka Bank of Ghana na at a point na was so omutwesika gum to sustain this economy because at the time omoba ban no na omubedu ye na ye books ne ye nti na outlook ne ye nti no wokọ bia na otumi enya bi eno mo sha ase so omoje bond infie ba kon ne bosumi kakra nie yanye bond bia omukwaje sa
bond
internationally locally no yes important che so we away local ones no na omosha say so moje bond because na books ne ye ntini akwaje 2.5 franklin 10 pence ye bonsem ye ne etumi kwaje bosia ne aye wache party na ye bo se ye wie kodu baby na obia se na economy be ni mama eka na mene mo ma sisi ade mo ba ye ntumi mo bosia bio nti ede ben ene ebeye ene saade ya yesere mo ye ka na ye de mo no ye ne mo ntrance ni ye ntiti bi mfiri so sa economy no oba na opese o stabilize the Ghanaian cedi opese oboa na inflation eba from a e wo se wo hwe agencies ben and owo man mu a omo mandate eneno inti bako Bank of Ghana e kwan be na ebetumi di ye monetary policy no aboa omanfo inti emre bi twamu Bank of Ghana boka 2022 2023 2024 saka na eboye no anyansonso bia ewo Ghana fo so ewo ne papa mu nanso e ka wenya ye ka ho asem edie eye ka ye se eye the cost for the stability of the Ghanaian cedi, the stability of the economy. I didn't think that ye can say.
But they have argued, sir, you leave out certain critical ways, sir. A camera mobile in 2022. Ask you upon Chroma.
From the Bank of Ghana, because now the minority led by Ata Isa majority led by Ata Isa had no, but apart from BOG need not to have spoken because the documents are coming from BOG. They are to join now. But what I'm saying is, sir, 15.3 na ye di mun komoni nyina no. Any omodia omochire mu say a graduate because we shouldn't have come to this far. We have showed you some of the loss. For instance, the domestic good purchase program. Enuntino ya to me anya be $11 billion about back into our economy. Na eno abua we a business person and na so we business person krana we ordinary Ghanaian na what ade wo dwa so a and now the stability of the Ghanaian cedi nintino obia ho ehihan no samre na wo kan say 9 billion or kan 2 billion whatever billions they are talking about no net sana samre na wo kan sa no na inflation etisen inti kojo any MPP for any case omuni asembia because in common
that's a massive drop.
Obi then na call 54 ne dia say enu hiamo everyone na call do 54 they did all this. You have forgotten say at the time no na fe no mo be introduce E-levy o mo say so the E-levy by so you will know say time wa ebia na eye 54 no na there were certain things ana abaning sanfe to o mind for ne so inti etiaba from no what were the consequences on the Ghanaian people economic recovery na ye ka ho asem no inti one or the E-levy ababe to ye so ye can sen kra kire wa say a double taxation because aduma ye no ha nyina boso me ye betua woka say sika hye bi botom na me koto ade na ye nte tax bia in free so na say ye just ade a ye pese ye promote na say what da yen because one obeka kire ye say ye mfa ye sika no kom more electronic na beboa ye kura afi akonfo ho afa de sika no kodu electronic a wa share ho so obeji ye tax ho ye kan ho nsem a ene ye ba ye ho ana say every ho inti say wo ye 9 wo ye whatever billion 9 billion at that time na Ghana 4 year E-levy na 15 na yentua E-levy impono samre na wo yesa no na Ghana for at the time no omo cost of living because yen intum at the only time obi maybe buyer aban sesa buyer normal bo ekọ from kakra achiransa na be pagya 2001 emra ye mampanyin kofo buyer eno so na ewo die ntia etesa na ye won kofo ano omo adwen ni se entumi nkoba se Rollins as a military person and wa convert ya be civilian no obejamu na civilian and na say a different party atumi take over inti sa dew na ebaye no eno bia nya so mfa so em yetete no ma so ka ba we time no e be ginai but this time round wo hwe normal de na etie abra ye ba ba mu eni sisi ade etie
Obi, you can attest to the fact say in such a positive. Some of them ABR in such a nyamai ebisu akosro san economy tie you don't expect say ni nyina beba from sa and you don't expect say ni nyina be gina pe and you don't expect say ni nyina be kosro but relatively no when unti na inflation no ade a ye kan ni nyina gu nsanie so na ye kari na ye di ya chem ni ehu say netie at this time the inflation is about 3.8 na sa 3.8 something no eboa omanfo ni nyina inti me madwin mu no yes Bank of Ghana has not said anywhere say there've not been losses and at the NDC as a party so can say there've not been losses. However, the can say this loss is the cause for economic stability and there is evidence, ample evidence to show. In fact, enye saying tokwaya ACC wo Iran for any Israel any US ya na ye nyina ebe dia to mu say a price of fuel ya beto ye time ye hand over my no for the past bare 1 year and some months no then a boy no ever from a send ye beto ye and e de bentia ye wo no ma ba miensa e no ne gina so e de edi edwa e fa sa fa ngo ho e wo man mu bako ye exchange rate no bako ya mansan bo e na ebio ye taxes edaso obi yen no kra na wo hwe the stability of the cedi na eno sunsunsanso ena npon se ebo ne kosoro ekodu ba bia ema Ghana fo yen feeling it say the wa was obia e feeling it obi me die mejitu mu say the aban aye in the past 1 year no ehia commendation na mom ya wo no ma bi wo ho a there is more room for improvement. Even Bank of Ghana and Kasakra admitted say some of the losses going forward no they have to do certain things a betumi ama ya mitigate na cost no and say the loss will reduce na emom eno so emekere say no ma was aban eyema omanfo benefit no yenye because what ye ka we nyina achi no na ye ba beto ya ye levy free ho betting levy ye free ho emission levy ye free ho ni nyina no what have we done? Sisi aye ka say no fee stress aye promises say Ghanaian children na omubeko school into asosu kusuapon mu na omombeko first year aban be fa omo hoka no aban afa you see people living with disability omo kosuapon ye be fa hoka na aban afa adwuma wura aye susu se ade ba ko ye critical for national development eye nyuma na nyi obi anso na benya aban adwuma into entrepreneurship eye ade ehia me nua rekaje de nti kra na want me anya ho kwan ama no adwuma na ye de ama ne so aye guso a sisi aye ahase aye disbursement. This is the same economy that is supporting all this aid. Under the same economy, and they are launching the primary health care. The implementation is taking shape in phases. No, into obi, no say Bank of Ghana abokabi. Na saaka na wabono. Enye mra edi kanya Bank of Ghana ebo saaka ni. Emre bi etwa mu no Bank of Ghana ebo saaka ni bia na so manfo no anhye da enya so mfaso bia we de Bank of Ghana aboka wankotwa $40 billion cedis ama government. Bank of Ghana through onoane policy a emra ma ho kwan so one share now on stabilizing economy, on share now financial stability, maintenance of policy rate, nisa no money nyina what did to akwa no abua ama oman for so ahenha omo into obi we nya nkomo a me de me ma di mu no e wo se etwe ne srani abasa because se eyeye ena sa cost ya abaya ye ka ho asemu yi wo obi wa nya so mfaso me nya panyin safo nya so mfaso a me so ameti ya me nya so mfaso da ne anka ye ntwe ne tintin te say na anofo ya omoye ya obi nya so mfaso a yesan so bo ho ka yesan so etuetu ahoto bebre when the cost the Ghanaian people have benefited from it
very well. Mama na say kojon safo ayenti
minya say obi ka say Bank of Ghana ayadia yenya so mfaso a da ben na krum ha asembisi ya etimamufo enya so mfaso minya ya na NDC for no mo kasa ya no mo review omo ho kakra yeti krum hai sa wo hwe ye debt stocker NDC for kasa bia no mo de eneka ena DDP aba debt forgiveness na no ya nye debt forgiveness for MPP aban nkwa eka oboyo President Kufuor Bresu ye call HEPIC. Yenya debt forgiveness. After HEPIC, you know, ena ye papa Atami befaye Ekosiise 2012. Ena ye papa John Dramani Mahama GM1 FIA from 2012 to 2016. By the time why ye call DDEP na COVID see Russia Ukraine war by a car near day na a song intina na ye room to breathe. Now if you say a cano you need room I bit me a chiasa canintino. You call IMF for policy and they are saying say look yen share your car you know now you breathing space no sa cano na nye MPP for car or moboto honkwa na a car ya bato ho nyina bepem that time no and no na ye koye hu DDEP. President John Dramani Mahama first term 2012 to 2016 a car or boy ye to ho eye ene wo hwe ye car ye da ho before 2024 no na 21.2 billion in the 4 years of John Dramani Mahama NDC, right? From 2012 to 2016 omo bobusia 21.2 billion, which is 43% of your total debt stock. Nanadu 8 years obobusia 18.7 billion, which is only 38% of our debt stock. Nanadu 8 years busia boy. And then John Dramani busia 4 years, the first 4 years no John Dramani NDC 2012-2016 is more than what the MPP did in 4 years, in 8 years. Enti samo bossa kaneto ho na obiaba na oye ho adwuma na yare atise aba COVID na yakọ Russia Ukraine na Ghana ho kyeraba na yakọ for debt structuring na enye MPP kankwa na yakoye debt structuring e kana momo bottle ho 2012 to 2016 which is 43% of our debt stock no and also ka ho na yakoye debt structuring na obi wa minka se minchro Governor Siama on one kasano he is disappointed in himself. Say ubetumi abo ni tape ye ni swearing in no what was that tape no
Mate, I've listened to that tape.
Thank you.
Okay, so be making sure.
Oseni priority. Governor Siama yes swearing in no. Oseni priority is to reverse the negative equity to positive equity. On priority. So today, Governor Siama is disappointed in himself. But you see, Obi, me feel say ya can't ama friend is saying numbers no ya the numbers no aye yankofo bebre ma ayo mansu hu ba yenin komi kakra ni etiefo enin komi kakra. And this is what some catch say it doesn't matter emfa hu sika wo be say no as long as ya the inflation about 3.2 emfa hu sika ya say no as long as dollar edru 10. But as some of them busa NDC for ni say sa sika na omo say no hwan mu ni tua say sika no ya timemifo ya. There is an agreement between Bank of Ghana and the Ministry of Finance say as of January they have signed an MOU say they will recapitalize the Bank of Ghana. Ministry of Finance office kawe enya eto ayen yetua enti wo de u feel say eni no robbing Peter to pay Paul. Yes, dollar abafom. Ye ma menum ne papa no mo ko fast spare pass kran yo maba no. Dollar na abafom no okoduru porter. Otua 10 cedis a ene so otua 200 cedis because AIC ho. Me ma me ko fa potomanto free China. No otua 93,000. The same goods arrived, he's supposed to pay 350,000. $20 na o say abafom na o de ko fa adwuma ne ba ye do. Emfaso na e wo so any day. Why are you na identity and then oje tax akese? Oje tax akese because of a kabise na obogu hodo. Obi, hwe mami kan sem kitu abi hwe. Say you feel say yeti kroni mu. Na ye de eka ebeto yanim. Na bibia ye bia no yama eka eda yanim a. Everything di bibia no e cost 90. Ekusi 0. Because ene say okase ukodwaso. Naso bisi dollar abafom dollar mbafom mose mo de free 24% aba 3.4 wow kasa no minwe kasa no o say enam COVID ni Ukraine war into no inflation could do 54%. MPP the inflation from 54% about 24%. How many points is that? 30 points. Sa 30 points na the inflation free 54 about 24 no. How much did it cost the nation? Yen fa no to nchen. Ye ba mu 2017. Na inflation ye 14.7. Nanado the first term from 2017 to 2019 or the inflation free 14.9 about 7.1 single digit. Inflation was single digit until 2019 a COVID by Ekosiisen saying. In fact, 2017 Bank of Ghana a positive equity of 2 billion or ye faso 2 billion into unya positive equity. 2018 Bank of Ghana a faso of 2 billion positive equity. 2018 omeki 5 billion in faso, right? Positive equity. Obi at the inflation every 14.7 about 7.1. Emma Bank of Ghana to me then SN faso with positive equity. Enti modie mo ba abemu bia mo fu say ye de sika ene ye bibia. Obi say ye de sika ene ye dia, then where's the innovation? See if you say ye ba abemu now we can throw money at everything there. NDC for kwani abanya omo ba, they think money solves everything. Oh, you hear kwan, you hear way $10 billion. Hey, how are you going to fund 10 billion? Yes, oh, yeah, the royalties betuya, yeah, the oil, yeah, the gold royalties betuya, yeah, the oil royalties betuya. Me kuju pokumatana say I am shishimu, I am kontano. Sa 10 billion no using sa MIF for royalties no 80% to consolidated fund using the the revenue from oil, the petroleum revenue consolidated fund ABF no says sikana ene looking at the about to 2025 yeah the 11 years in between sa 10 billion no ene NDC for ama contract up to $10 billion. In 4 years, they will not have that money. Uye calculation unless say President Mahama catch them and say, oh, my pager means Mark of Obusian to contract for Kadia. Fine. Any Obusian to contractor for car. But a car or then oba to my a chirimbano and abitia. This is the same NDC government that came 2012-2016 Omoboka 21 billion at 43% of our current debt. Any Makoye Musuo debi DDEP. Yes, DDEP no AMU is both NDC and MPP because more 21 billion am born 2012 eka DDEP no. Enti no mama mo nyane say DDEP no MPP nkwan na DDEP. The debt is the both political parties MPP and NDC. Yen aba mu abeboka to ayekoye debt restructuring.
But he makes the point sir Sawoshan komo we ya ye DCC ana. Don't just focus on the loss. See the loss as a cost for stability. Ghana for nyina say omani den eje ho because the inflation above from cedi to dollar is stable kakra for a long time. Ama omutimi predict any sanioma. And you see it as a cost for stability. Of course, we can disagree on value of the loss. Said you all can say 15 billion. No, meaning say
15.6.
No, meaning say why legal accountancy in the at least or appreciate statement of financial position. Yes. When you go into the reporter, it is not 15 billion. But that's another.
Let's give
argument.
that to them.
That's another argument. But no, Kase, whatever that loss may be, the cost for stability Ghana for enjoy.
And make us say this is not the first time Ghana enjoy stability. And make us say 2017.
But the numbers now are historic.
No.
3.4% inflation.
Obi. What's the difference between a 7.1 and 3.4 inflation? What's the difference? You see, sa inflation na omo ye no 3.4 no. Emi ya say onzo all kasa or the Israel Iran war be shimu. Ye kan Russian Ukraine say there be omo ntiase. All kasa no or the Iran Israel America war be shimu. Look, the media numbers will come. Media numbers bar ubehu say 1 they are not meeting their targets. 2
in terms of revenue
they are not meeting their targets in terms of revenue. The economy is slowing down. Sa open market operations na Bank of Ghana and in mopping up liquidity from the market no a doom jane war economy no it has slowed down the economy. So the growth Oh dear, you kind media budget now. Look out for manufacturing growth, look out for service growth, and look out for other growth. Agric input the mobile no money she, but now the investment and PPI in in 2025 you saw the growth in agric. It was no policy BR a mass growth, So it's the historical growth, historical investment that is giving that growth. But the economy on the whole will slow down. And it's slowing down and not because of the war. It's slowing down because of actions a Bank of Ghana taking here in mopping up liquidity. And you could do my sister crop. Scanaway. You see, and you want me no nesi. Enter make us a sasam no more kasi yen economy no enya no credit say. And you want me no see. Cost of living a high. So cost of living a higher. Inflation no is only a mathematical number. It's not reflected on cost of living. And today school fees kosoro. And you might be brave kosoro. And today pay me obi pay. Oh, share pay right now can't tell over bonus so. Pay 10 cedis nimbio. Pay a 15 and 20 cedis. I didn't think pay could do 15, 20 cedis. Next me, man, PC and me didn't mean your parent so because we need 15 cedis. Assembly in any say, cost of living is high. And ti oma ye ejumamufona ye tio mokano. Aketua enso. This year, at the beginning of the year, I'm quite negotiation. No, you increase the ma ejumamufo, right? And the workers are getting less money. And now the cost of living a cost runtino. Almost until there is less money in the market. That's one. To me bank akoje bosia. Na kakraba umbotum president adaruma osunyeska utumi di biye ede side check ni sa nyoma no. On the no spread the wealth no. And bank emma obi abosia and a side check akonya bi. According to in the voice of JM. But what you say? Oh, that's all no can. Me kind the voice of JM no be ati say nyame kuju na me kan JM na kan. Enti enyuma menu asi okronim say e obi say the make no. Cost of living was wrong. Enti obo workers sika insun wo mo. 2 anka dwumafo anka metumi akọ bank akọje bosia na anka bank abo bosia no. Commercial banks no will rather give the money to the Bank of Ghana and get interest from the Bank of Ghana, which is the open market na ye kan ho asem no. Dan so nis kan matimemfo. Enti na ne no sika eni krom no. Because they are farmers, they are omokotonyoma ekotunyoma free ekuafo ho. So now there is no money. And to kojomo yesikani krum ye ntade no. It's as a result of Bank of Ghana nyoma na omaye no. And if you have inflation at 3.2, dollar at 11, how good is that in ne ukojaswa? Kotudu kojakesiem ko asaf market ko Rollins Park ko Kaneshi. And it's not, you see, yet not radio using TV so kasa. And listen for you say a MPP for ne kasa. It tells you the arrogance of power. They are removed from the realities of the nation. Opia bekachro say yantadie. Adintra sika any krum. And you have mopped up what's the sesike wo krum nyina ko Bank of Ghana eji ho insi ho. Osio the inflation about 3.2 mo ensemaye. Won't you think say obi sanka sika kakra wo krum nanka mema yembento asem kakra nanka yetumi abo live na etonyoma na in the voice of JM side chicks what to be anka yemanyoma ento. So you need to balance it. That 3.2 and 7.1 no, there isn't much of a difference. You could have kept your inflation at 8 and still achieve what you want to achieve. But see, the OECD countries who have inflation at 3.1 no, they don't expect a growth of more than 4%. Though. But you can't be a developing nation like Ghana who expect growth of more than 6% and want to have inflation at 3.2. Also, remember, your cost shop near Kotosheta, Yensusu, Okwa also me next size 17. Yeah, the next size 17 mawa shet in the shower echo adintra because there are certain parameters it comes with a next size of 17. There are certain parameters that comes with inflation of 3.2. Ghana, we don't have those parameters. So having just one of the thing, no, all the others are failing. That is where the problem is. And NDC for they don't understand these things. They don't. And the reality on the ground is that a man can phone no moji. A man can phone the old dollar above form, inflation above form. How is that? And no, how is that faring with them?
Yeah, how that is faring with them, and it's the rate at which our prices be cost and cost.
Yes, prices being You see, that's the mistake I made. Be my kind of platform. They say, "Many Dr. Alasan, it was our problem, no."
Yes.
And you ma bang and no basket him. Maybe and you ma you say me can't pay as pay any basket him. School fees, meaning say basket him one. But oko come so na free senior high school. And remember you be bromesi so no primary school and then biggest problem yes secondary school. Problem kesi one cry ha any ku kesi mun primary school. And obi anfa the bank side to be. Into obi a ye dwuma the back primary private school. Enti sa nyoma no ekosoro electricity akọ by in 2025 electricity went up by 28%. So how are you saying said inflation is at 3.2? And Obi, there is this natural thing year on year in Ghana. For nothing at all. I feel super Obi atunyumem. I don't know how if you see it.
Yeah.
And you're natural. Oh, last year me Tony say you did bro we now about manfaka kranka ho. It's a natural thing. It might not be as high. Another big problem Omun Shenkan our Bank of Ghana should address is coins in go for
NGB especially one peso
coins and ne oko baby bra say NG coins and no equity a lot of problem because adie no se nipa no onin sesandia now rounding it up.
Yeah.
Me pa short say onin sesano no rounding it up
enti for ne year say o be tumu no now who sell the budget 60 pesos and not 70 pesos. So because on your coins in the one city, which is outrageous.
So
3 pesos more. That's a lot of
money. So it is your man. Yes, it is your man affecting in the Bank of Ghana had a lot of these things to do. It is also just near your education be near to make sure but the reality on the ground is that yeah.
Obi.
Yeah.
It's
true.
Oh, we
have 10 minutes more to wrap up.
Okay, wait a five now. I was a position and said DS in the Bapao. Because the who are senior, I can't serve no. Mama, simple. And we hear no more Bank of Ghana 48 billion any the moment. And now I say, yeah, there is Sika Kwan away your dream. And we are mobile. Omote dasi abrano mama kraso. No money nam. Now be one year kwaji 2.5 billion near diabohu momume. Near kwaya siya kwenya 3 billion.
But engineers can reset too. Mo can reset. Ben the be yan say mo can reset no. Ye mu bi nim say okay fine. E bi anyoma bi anko yi no. Anka mo bananke abo yen sama mama.
So yeah reset.
Oh reset no mo ja. Oh the reset no mo ja. Reset is you give it up on the reset.
Senior na me de wasem na waka say yes kura wonim ho no sebe wadwenim ho nti wasem ne bia na me twade ye dase say the one wo kan say yenuanom NDC fo no they don't know it and bibia mo peska me say brogojo he's doing his civil society organization elements and no dey fine but what has MPP need dia bra they wa kan dey enye adwuma because enche bia na mo firi abam no records na mujaye no Asempa ene de na nyepie when eba bank kura na ye kokwaje bosia ho a obi meni onim say interest rate ene abafom but that said no wakan sembi say enoma bi wo ho a enkan basket no ho na say no kra ba kope MPP for mbe di opposition na mama na kwaye say sabe nyansabu akwa monko na wiase nyansa nyina mo akekere di akọ position because emra na mo ho inflation no ma ye the indicators na no ma war basket ni mu no na wo ho brand sign intie na no na mo ho ne kodu 54 wo se ye mo yensem ma mo because mo to me at by 30 percentage points am number 23 now you tell us say sisi na what 3.2 ne de ye misa na dia ba mu ne wom oh na moti free 54 na eba 23 na de be mu na ne wo look yanka no kre abanya etisui is doing something right especially on our economy na no mana cost no de be bia cost ebeba inti nkomo na ye di say for instance yemfa ne say even domestic gold purchase program no say a kaba be 9 billion but 2024 year
they bought less, extremely less. There was a cost of about 5 billion. Meboa. Obi. Meboa so be catch them say Asempa Pedro okay. Inti relatively no
omu deny say any audited report but that cost.
But it is a fact say there was a cost for the domestic gold purchase program, both for gold for oil and gold for reserve. You share the current regime here. You share normal bit to say a choir ye faso a manage the city. In a way, you have an argument. Say, obi eko drum na normal bo akosoro kakra, but obi you pointed out to him. Yen kanokre, yen nyina ye to normal wodwem. Emre bi druye na the rate at which na ekono. Enye sa netie ne. Eno so eye plus because eye omanfo no enya sa amfaso no. Inti economy die abambia ba it is expected na medical catcher oro say normal bo ebe kosoro nkakra ba ye de ye ba ye no kra no normal bo no e sha se na eba from ebi so age9 na kakra bi mo so enso ema akosoro. We have become victim of our own success. And normal ejina ye no MPP need to make sure say when they say fuel akosoro. Meanwhile time no mo ba in 2017 no now 1 gallon enye 17% enye 14 cedis na omujai 1 liter enye 14 no omujai no ombe toy somewhere up around 1.2 amebua and so mo kono na do 14 obi aba 1 year twem bosum bi okra beda so wo de 14 aba 13 na fi 13 na ko 13.3 na wo momo kasa. Meanwhile, the world market price now time now man ko 14 no enye pia ebrosa. So it means somebody is doing something right. Inti kodo no kra sa mamuo na mo buye no mo toto normal basa ena Ghana fo hu say ye ba ebetumi a reset nti na wan kasa kra ogitum say e was say ye reset no because anka bibia ye anka meji say reset no kra wo moso but the truth of the matter ni say reset no e koso na e koso de wa ye pe no enye si amomo pe no because wo wasa de mfie nwotwe wa ma ye mfie ba kon ni bosom kakra ye guso e de no ma etoto na akwemu okoba na wasanso abe wo de bibia bebom ase na nkofo yo mo ka asemi enye omo na anu ya kika mo ka Bank of Ghana boy ye nyina eye be 61.4 billion no ene 15.6 omo aye press conference be edu because na say aban ba ye na nka na anu aban
so omo aye ba kope
obi na so waye bi why ba ko na was Wednesday omo sanso aye bio ene so mo ko media to because say unya ruling party Oma scandal why ye diama una wunya bi obi woti asem kakra bi adose wafa the World Cup and no be MPP before ye because obi a wo Bank of Ghana wo ba mu a Bank of Ghana extra 48 billion ama wo wie ye enu nti no na wo say ye domestic debt exchange program say ne be ya 13 billion ye be betete no ye wie ye sanso aboka wa penso asaka no omanfo no enya so mfaso bia abanfo fraba ayiyi to bi mu afri omanfo ne so eno wasanso a stabilize Ghana ye cedi no ne MPP for din komoni bia na wadran wa bisa se ene na sembe na no mo ka kire ye no because ene omo ka kire ye se inflation kura o ma ne ba fom bebra mfaso bia ni so exchange rate no so kura no o ma ne ye stabilize bebra na se e ba what devalue meanwhile Emra no man payim Akufo-Addo oyo candidates opposition leader samre no na $1 eye just 1.8 cedi osi cedi na hata dodo nene kura na ye mpo yesi ya de amema dwimu ebetumi aba mo no number 10 omo wi no maka kire se ye devalue no da obi na ye 1.8 osi cedi na hata intenu nti wo de ba wo eba so you ask yourself na ba wo mi ansem no mo can do they really mean it sanko no obahwe exchange rate okache say covid levy anko bo be ye free ene ye free wo mo se ye nya revenue waso be yi betting levy free wo me
fa 2 minutes
anka me because the aye dey da kwese obi a oti play mu a wo ma ne konko wo fo nti ma me land ma me fa ran we ni so na me si from kakra Wow. Into obi en common na me di ewie no. Omo ka say anko mbe yi betting levy free. Ye free wo mo say scan e be fa no. So amagana for dream say Bawumia they didn't mean them.
Yeah, na yen ka say they don't mean the premise, but me can say be sure. O de say I mean can me na me pet timemfo no mu di nkomo. Obi say na e how wo Ghana. Na cost of living e was soro because na inflation 54%. Yeah, the inflation is 54% by 24%. But I'm saying no crampone because I know that's still a how Ghana. Fine, let's agree. Don't you think say ankeneya inflation every 24% about 3.2 no? Anka a how na nanka a woho afrase no ankene anke swati. Is that what is happening in Ekosu Krumha? You go school no sa okaya. One if this is equals to this, if more, less device. Aha. And known as say na achi wo no timamufo enhwe wo masetena mu hwese okay fine yam fa ne say MPP time no inflation is 54% na how e wo Ghana how na utim 2024 no the cost of living usika na enso nyoma no ene usika no eso ama usevu bi de kwa krase koma maame ana. Those are the simple things we want Ghanaians to understand. And yes, yatana opposition tinyansa na badodo there be. Look, Asema na woka about Dr. Bawumia Kanyumebino. Dr. Bawumia's proposal was to change our tax system in Ghana. You pay betting tax, you pay way okaya. Dr. Bawumia can say obema 3% of our GDP to the private sector to finance. So the deficit, it needs a binding to finance the deficit. Dr. Bawumia wants to give the deficit to the private sector. NTCAC hospital, private sector senior renti, ye tokasa, private sector Tony Lisi, and they go ayanombaye, or makoto a Metro Mass cars bibri. Metro Mass, the motomo mokrani go home in your passing and service. So why don't you give it to a private sector? Maintenance in a car. Need would you say car need see a council and all service or lisi. The idea, Medemanusia, yepon, Timemufontias, say. Ye aban se onfa na dwene emudo emubuman ye nyi aban se omra na onfa timamufu sika emeye mento asem
Kojo Pokun Safwa ena yetene kano energy consultant and a member of the New Patriotic Party and Frank Pedro Asare Esquire or a director mineral titles ewa minerals commission ononso motene nkaye sorry ama Asempa yetia atwa mo so midin dio say Bonsu. Have a good evening. Yame yad much na ye be science we share.